Welcome to another SVG Summit Tech Tour. We really appreciate y'all joining us because we got a good one here. We are with our Sports Content Management Committee Chairman, Tab Butler of MLB Network. Tab, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for joining us, and for all of you attending, enjoying this virtual meeting. I hope you're getting a lot of value out of these tech discussions, and really thrilled to have you participating. Welcome.
Well, thanks, Tab. And we're going to have a couple questions for you today. I am curious, is there a technology right now that you guys at MLB Network are really looking to implement in your operation on the MAM and orchestration side, or is there anything you're really exploring, excited about right now?
Well, one of the things that we've been really delving into very, very heavily is how do we simplify our content delivery for all of our systems, all of our end users and consumers. What we're looking at is, our workforce has become more and more remote, working at home. So the tools need to be tuned so that they can access and work from home as if they're sitting next to each other and can just turn next to the person and to their side and say, oh, by the way, can you help me with, or, I'm handing this over to you. Can you run the closed captioning? Make it really, really simple, make it easy, and also be able to give you the capability to have a dashboard that can show you quickly where in the workflow are you, what's your status, and, what have we done today? What have we done yesterday? So that we have those kinds of, metrics behind us.
Very cool. All right. Well, with that in mind, we're going to take a look at some of the offerings from the top vendors in the industry right now when it comes to MAM, orchestration, and content management workflows. Take a look at the tech tours coming in, and we'll be back with Tab shortly.
Hi, I'm Stephen Tallamy from EditShare. Let's look at how to do editing in the cloud using the seamless proxy feature of EFSV working with Adobe Premiere Pro. Our first step is to get access to a remote workstation deployed in the cloud. For this, we're going to use Teradata. I am now connected into a Windows workstation running in the cloud, and I'm attached to the EFSV storage. This is the EditShare Connect client, and you can see I have mounted storage to the Z drive. This storage blends both block-based storage and object-based storage. Let's take a look in the Cloud Console. Here we are looking at an S3 bucket in AWS. There is a range of high-resolution material available to me here. If we look on the Z drive, we can see the same material is available to me as a normal file system. By storing my high-resolution material in S3, I can keep my costs lower. But I still need a version of my material on block-based storage so that I can have low latency editing experiences. To do this, I can switch between a proxy file and these high-resolution files within Adobe Premiere. Here I'm starting a new project in Premiere. You can see I have the flow panel loaded and a selection of content available. Let's import this media. In this dialog, I'm presented with some options of how I would like to mount the media. I'm going to bring in both the high resolution material that's on S3 and the proxy material that is on block-based storage. If we look at the properties of these files, we'll see that both files are available on the file system, both the high resolution and the proxies. Let's start editing. With this basic sequence created, I can start playing back the proxy media. However, if at any time I want to see the high resolution, I can use the built-in toggle proxy feature. This allows me to check whether the shot is in focus. However, to keep myself on a low latency, I can toggle back to proxies and continue my edit. When I'm ready, I can toggle back to the high resolution material and begin my export. There are many advantages to this approach. Your high resolution material is stored on a lower cost storage tier. You can always gain access to it, but you can also work in the proxy format so that your workstations don't need to be as high specification if you're working in higher resolutions. This seamless proxy editing feature of EFSV really makes cloud video editing a reality.
When the director calls action.
And action.
When the game is on.
Pick it up, let's go.
Or it's time to save the universe again. Media Shuttle is there. Trusted by more than 25,000 media companies, Media Shuttle delivers, making it easy and secure to send any size file anywhere fast. The journey begins with Media Shuttle portals, customized and branded for any project and designed to be so easy, your end users will love it. All while giving operations teams complete control through a simple yet powerful admin interface. Add users, set permissions, customize file delivery specs, and report on all activity. Blast off with proprietary acceleration technology. Media Shuttle moves your content anywhere in the internet-connected world at hyper speeds. Along the way, your files are protected. Our commitment to enterprise-grade security has made Media Shuttle a preferred tool with Hollywood studios, major sports leagues, broadcasters, and more. With Media Shuttle, your files are never handed over to Signiant. File movement is orchestrated between the end user's workstation and your storage, whether on-prem or in the cloud. Your IT team simply provisions your storage, connecting it to the Media Shuttle cloud service, and Signiant handles the rest. Get started on your Media Shuttle journey today. A journey without limits.
We're back here with Tab Butler talking some MAM and orchestration. Tab, it's been a crazy last few months for a million reasons, but partially because of the new workflows that everyone's had to develop on the production side to keep content going. At MLB Network, what's one tool or one piece of technology that really came through big for you guys that you've implemented since everything went down?
Well, I think the biggest challenge that we had was back on March 12th. How do we take a post-production environment with 130 open edit seats, another 120, 130 edit suites or seats all around the building, and enable the end user who's now going to be working at home to have the same experience that they had when they're working in the facility. And at the same point, ensure that we have the safety, the security, the content access is maintained but not jeopardized. So we really looked at it from the model that we're going to keep the content secure behind the firewalls. We're going to build out a VPN, Cisco AnyConnect or something like that. And in our case, we did use the Cisco AnyConnect. And then on top of that, bandwidth was a big challenge for us because you're talking about a lot of people accessing into a single common hub and wanting as much bandwidth as they can. 4K monitors, 4K displays, we do a lot with that. That can take up a lot of bandwidth. So we were able to identify from Mechdyne the TGX product that was an absolute game changer for us. Josh Lee and Greg Bishop from our IT engineering team identified this, and with a very low overhead for 12 to 16 megabit per second of single stream overhead was phenomenal in allowing us to get as many people as possible, wonderful access, and have a real 60 frame experience as they're scrubbing and playing the audio and having a positive environment.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, those remote desktop solutions have been integral to keeping production going.
Absolutely. And as time has gone on, we have continued to identify a couple other players in the marketplace and are tuning those workflows to really maximize the capabilities of the offerings that those individual products have and matching them with our specific departmental needs. A perfect case in point is with the TGX. You've got an editor, single license, he's connected to the workstation, and you've got a producer, maybe a talent as well, and you would normally have them huddled in an edit room working on a project. Now they each can remote in as a view only and see, experience, and have instant video, audio, feedback, as well as communications, so that you're able to really gain that same type of product tuning and creation. You're making that process work.
Yep,
so
absolutely.
That's been wonderful.
Well, that's great, Tab. And we're going to be back to talk a little about what you think's coming down the pike for the future. But for now, let's get back to the tech tours and see what some of our vendors have to offer you guys.
Tedial is a leading provider of media and content management solutions. We provide MAM and workflow solutions for content preparation, orchestration, distribution, archive, and archive management designed to maximize business efficiency and profitability. We deliver innovative and future-proof solutions to Tier 1 media companies worldwide, including major sports broadcasters such as BT Sports. Now let's show you how Tedial can help enrich storytelling and engage more fans with our live sports production tool, SmartLive. SmartLive automates the highlight creation process, allowing production teams to quickly create and deliver much more content to digital platforms and social media networks, as well as to traditional broadcast distribution channels. At Tedial, our focus is to provide solutions enabling our customers to produce better content faster, more efficiently, and effectively. Within our MAM system, we've created a metadata service engine agnostic to any data feed. It can ingest different metadata sources, including video and audio AI, as well as external data feeds. By aggregating and analyzing these sources, Evolution provides a real editorial value to the production team. Tedial has also developed a hybrid cloud solution. This helps media organizations to efficiently operate using their current architecture with the capability to evolve as future operational and commercial factors change. Since COVID-19 changed the world, remote production has given a lifeline to the entire broadcast and media community. Tedial solutions such as SmartLive, a powerful metadata engine, and hybrid cloud architecture support media companies as they effectively produce, access, and utilize their content during these unprecedented times.
Hi everyone, my name is Lucas Bischofberger. I'm a product marketing manager here at Telestream, and today I have some news and some updates. The news: Telestream has acquired the company Eco Digital along with the Diva suite of products. And this is a very exciting combination of companies to look forward to in the future, but for now we're really excited to talk to you about the new updates in Diva 8.
Version 8 gives you greater control and independence across all storage platforms and playout. And it offers an all-new user experience with a more intuitive interface along with advanced next-gen analytic and reporting capabilities. You'll be able to view historical trends, get up-to-date reporting on utilization of each resource, analyze objects, requests, operations, and more in extreme detail, visualize data in new ways, and create exportable reports. The new suite of management tools ensures consistent navigation across products, user and role management security, and simplicity of creating and monitoring jobs. New proactive notifications and alerts about all operations, statuses and errors for connected components allow you to assess the health of your workflow. Version 8's new native file and folder support for disk combines Diva's best-in-class content management, cataloging, and handling of data with native disk performance and application compatibility to allow you to manage disk-based objects using their original file and folder structure. This even applies to cloud storage. And speaking of cloud storage, version 8 supports integrated cloud partnerships with Google Cloud Storage at Nearline, Coldline, and Archive tiers, Microsoft Azure Storage at Hot, Cold, and Archive tiers, Alibaba Cloud Storage at OSS Storage tiers, and AWS S3 at Standard, Intelligent, Standard IA, One Zone IA, Glacier, and Glacier Deep Archive tiers. With so much packed into this all-new version of Diva, you'll have even more power and control over your content than ever. The future digital asset management is here. Welcome to Diva version 8.
Another product we want to talk about today is Inspect 2110, which monitors ST2110 IP video networks, providing all the automated visibility and diagnostic operations that your teams need. Here are the details on Inspect 2110. Are you a network operator that needs to monitor the status of tens or hundreds of 2110 video audio streams? Are you a video engineer on an OB truck in charge of making sure that the broadcast transmission happens flawlessly? Are you a network architect that is planning the conversion of the existing SDI lines to an IP-based 2110 network? If so, you have already experienced that getting visibility into the 2110 streams that are traversing your network is incredibly challenging. Verifying that PTP is working correctly and synchronizing the devices with microsecond accuracy requires specialized tools and deep technical knowledge. Ensuring that all the redundant streams are identical, in sync, and have expected QoS is basically out of reach with the current toolset. With Telestream's Inspect 2110, you can bypass the hours of wasted time comparing the stream SDPs against the actual live stream parameters, and you can skip purchasing and running lots of different tools to monitor PTP status and stream QoS. You can finally make sure that the redundant streams are there and will work correctly when you need them. The Inspect 2110 was built from the ground up to enable monitoring by exception. All the UI screens clearly display the status of the essences monitored. If one of the sources has a problem, that element turns red in the UI. If you want more info on the fault detected, just hover with the mouse and a summary of the issue will be displayed. Do you want even more info? Click on the video thumbnail, and a screen with the full metrics and status will open up. And you also have full debug capabilities via Telestream Prism that's only one click away. With one simple click, you can launch Prism, which will give you more in-depth diagnostics to troubleshoot the issue. The whole Prism UI is now available to you. If you would like more information on Diva, Inspect 2110, or any other Telestream product, please contact Bob Barnshaw or our inside sales team. We look forward to speaking with you soon.
Today we're going to be speaking to Dave Adey from Extreme E and David Candler from Veritone. And we've got a really exciting session. Extreme E is a brand new sport that launches in 2021. You may have seen some coverage of it recently. There's been fantastic news about Lewis Hamilton, for example, launching his own team, along with Nico Rosberg doing his own team as well. So it's getting huge mainstream press coverage. But today we're going to be talking about the technical side, the workflows, how the team are moving to more cloud-based working, and it should be a really fantastic session. So by way of introduction, we've got Dave Adey, who is the head of broadcast and technology for Extreme E, and David Candler, senior director, customer solutions for Veritone. And I'm chairing the session today. My name is Ben Folkes, and I'm the managing director and founder of Base Media Cloud. Dave, would you mind just introducing yourself, your role, and giving us the kind of elevator pitch for Extreme E, please?
Sure, thanks, Ben. Welcome, everybody. My name's Dave Adey. I'm the head of broadcast and technology for Extreme E. So Extreme E is a totally new concept in motorsport. It's groundbreaking in every respect: the car, the race format, the broadcast coverage, the locations, and the environmental legacy projects and the logistical challenges that come about in bringing this championship from a vision to reality. You know, in the last 18 months, we've had to design and build a fleet of electric SUV beasts, and they are massive. They boast 550 brake horsepower, 400 kilowatts, 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 4.5 seconds, and a top speed of 200 kilometers an hour. And they're built to withstand the rigors of any sort of extreme off-road racing, only in the mountains, the deserts, the dunes, forests, and glaciers. We've also had to research some of the most remote and environmentally damaged locations on our planet, you know, Brazil, Senegal, Greenland, South America, and design a racetrack that will not only showcase the car, but highlight the climate changes we all face whilst still engaging the viewer. You know, we filmed the 2-day event with a team of only about 30 production staff, no infrastructure, power, or internet. And we have to distribute all of that content to a potential global audience of 177 million viewers.
We have built a platform for Extreme E, which combines IBM Cloud storage and accelerated transfer services with Veritone's digital media hub, asset management and delivery system. So David Candler, could you just talk us through what it is that we've actually built and some of the workflow details, please?
Yeah, I'll be happy to. So basically, yes, the integration there is what I would call a cloud native integration, because we're all basically, you know, built out and managed in the cloud. So Veritone Digital Media Hub is hosted in AWS. And in this case, we're working with our technical partners Base to provide the accelerated transfer or upload and download into the object storage, which is IBM Cloud. And then we have an automated watch folder where Digital Media Hub reads the content. So really, you know, what this is doing, it's taking place at the heart of the production, where multiple production companies, you know, or partners can coordinate upload, and then we can standardize media delivery. So you can see Aurora Media there, North One, and Extreme E, and there'll be others, lots of contributors all over the world, who we can standardize that ingest, accelerate it into the object storage, and then basically provide instant access to all of the key stakeholders or rights holders across the world, including broadcasters, sponsors, teams, and others as we grow.
And Dave, how will this cloud-based approach to distribution help you guys with your kind of mission to be sustainable and also scale the series, really?
Content is our most valuable asset, and the robust management of that is a fundamental requirement. You know, we create content everywhere. We need to upload it from anywhere. Having secure storage is absolutely essential, and you know, being able to manipulate, clip, transcode any of that content from anywhere is key. Along with that ability to search, view, and download, not only for us, but also, you know, our rights holders and media partners. So, the benefits of cloud production and distribution, with Base and Veritone is, is a real, it's a 101 for us. It's the initial building blocks that we need.
All right, I hope everyone's enjoying the SVG Summit Connect Tech Tour. We're here with Tab Butler, closing out this edition of the Tech Tour focused on MAM, orchestration, and content management workflows. Tab, give me that crystal ball. What do you expect is coming down the pike in the future? What's, maybe a piece of technology or a workflow that you think is really going to bust out in the next year or two?
Well, one of the areas that we've been really focused on, and we've been seeing growth and actually expanded our plant in this area, is with the Telestream Vantage product and the workflow orchestration tools that are within Vantage, and giving us the capability to service not only the digital web environment, but also the requirements for studio needs, on location requirements for creating content from cards. We utilize a lot of that technology when we're dealing with remote operations as well as in studio, and tying that in with our Diamond platform and enabling the editor, the producer, the BAPA to actually initiate these jobs and do the fulfillment. That's been one of the real key advantages to this workflow orchestration. You're really putting that decision-making process all the way into the hands of the creative, and they're able to deliver. And you've then are utilizing a lot of monitoring tools to be able to monitor that along the way, which gives you that single pane of glass into that orchestration.
That's great. That's the dream, right? Put
That's the dream.
all the tools in the creator's hands. So, Tab, thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate you taking the time. And for everyone out there watching, thank you so much for checking out the SVG Summit Connect Tech Tours. We hope you enjoyed them. Everybody stay safe. And Tab, thanks again.
Thank you. Enjoy your day.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Part B of our Production Tools Tech Tour. My name is Ken Kirschbaumer. I'm the editorial director of the Sports Video Group. And we have a great session for you today. Today we're going to feature Evertz, EVS, Nelco Media, and TVU networks in the second half of our Production Tools Tech Tour videos. If you've missed Part A, which you should definitely not miss, be sure to check it out. That one features Blackmagic, Grass Valley, Panasonic, Ross Video, and VizRT. Hi, Brad. How are you doing? Obviously, this is a two-parter on production tools. If people want to see what you had to say about the first question, they should see the other part, which will be Part A. This is Part B, and I think we want to kind of touch on another topic, which is the whole move towards home run production, at-home production, and REMI, remote production if you live in Europe. How do you see those workflows that are becoming more and more part of every show kind of changing what you're going to need or what manufacturers should be delivering, I guess, out of replay systems and production switchers and some of the front bench tools?
Yeah, so as we all continue this march that we started a number of years back and obviously have all ramped up at a really high level and scale here during COVID times, is that it really is the interoperability and the connectivity that's been a function of how we can all operate. And so, as we move forward into this new IP age and the term of COTS and all of that data movement and management that's out there, our goal is really to start to interconnect things more so that not only can we provide consistent resources for our teams, but also be able to do things faster, from being able to preload, pre-build, and set up equipment and interlinking systems together, because that's going to be the biggest part of this. Is that as we talk about this stuff, we talk about GREMI and REMI and HRP and remote production that's out there, is that the new goal of all this stuff is flexibility. And so it's having a kit that today on a mobile unit maybe that moves from a soccer match to a college football game to an NBA event, for example, here in the US, is really important in getting the utilization out. And so not only is it the same unit moving across with gear, but it's also tying into 2 or 3 different locations in a facility, or 2 or 3 different facilities across the United States in order to kind of make all this happen. And so that collaboration and that software and that movement of being able to manage that quickly and functionally in and across these differing zones is going to be very important to what we all do going forward. And so it's going to be really interesting to hear what all of our vendors have to talk about on this topic in the next couple of minutes.
Awesome. Great. Well, thanks, Brad. Let's get to it. And thanks again. We'll see you soon somewhere.
Welcome to Evertz's SVG Tech Tour. One of the new concepts Evertz is excited to introduce is our Bravo Studio. The idea is to look beyond today's technology and embrace IP, including advanced orchestration with Magnum, dynamic collaboration toolsets like Dreamcatcher and Bravo, to develop more efficient and flexible workflows that incorporate both on-prem and off-prem technology. Derek Laus and Nima Malik-Manish can explain further.
Really, when we look at Studio of the Future, it's pulling together the components, the various pieces that we have that now make up our production. And so that's where orchestration comes back in, and this is why it really does matter for Studio of the Future. In this case, it is pulling together all of the pieces and parts from the various locations, and we look at on-prem, in the cloud, etc., to produce an event, to tell the story, create the game, news, etc. So all of this has got to come together in a way that is meaningful to our users. I need to do something at this time. That time could be now, that time could be in the future, but it's something that I need to be doing, or we want to do. And so when we look at this and we talk about the terms of events as part of orchestration, that event could be a game, it could be an encode or decode path, or a news event that we want to do. And then orchestration pulls together those pieces to create all of the components, all the software services to actually fulfill that event. So it goes right back to what orchestration is, pulling together the various elements to produce the desired effect, in this case our event, so that we can truly tell a story or create the content that goes together. What does that all look like? I'm going to hand that over to Nima, and he can go into a little bit more detail on how that pulls together.
Thanks, Derek. The first thing I think, and the most important thing, is you're basically breaking down the boundaries of what a physical studio is. You're virtualizing the studio, you're virtualizing user surfaces, and you can extend those to anywhere. A very low latency interface, any of our view interfaces, whether it's for replay, encoding, routing, shading, your cameras can now be extended to any location over low bandwidth. Even home internet connections, a 5 megabit per second connection, allows you to extend this user surface and allows your operators to operate like they were sitting in a physical studio. So now my operations staff could be in different regions, they could be at home, or they could just be spread across my facility, not being in the same control room, protecting against the dangers of COVID. This also means your resources can now be anywhere as well. This could be an on-prem resource that you currently have. It could be an off-prem virtual resource or a hybrid. It doesn't matter. We can actually satisfy all the different models. You can have some on-prem and extend into the cloud. You can do this completely as a virtualized environment. So it's a flexible virtual studio of the future that allows you to change how your studio looks.
A new product from our award-winning Dreamcatcher lineup that is catching the attention of stadium and arena managers is our new DC On Demand. Back over to Nima Malik-Manish with more details.
Dreamcatcher On Demand is a revolutionary concept that provides fans with the ability to create custom replays from any of the broadcast camera angles through an intuitive touch interface. Each interface allows fans to create custom replays that was only available to replay operators on the broadcast trucks. With so many viewing options these days, one of the main challenges for our venue partners is actually getting people in-house to watch the events. With Dreamcatcher On Demand, you're giving your fans something they can't get anywhere else. This is something they're going to tell their friends about and something they're going to come back in-house to use again.
Thanks, Nima. Another live production tool Evertz is excited to offer broadcasters is ProGuard. ProGuard is our live UHD 3G HD broadcast delay system. ProGuard offers flexible and comprehensive delay up to 30 seconds that include techniques that go beyond simple video switches and audio beeps. ProGuard is available in a software-based intuitive interface on View and other touchscreens for use remotely or on-prem. And finally, Evertz has quickly become a leading technology provider for major esports venues around the world. Mo Goyle provides a closer look at some of the broadcast knowledge we're bringing to the esports market.
What we've done is we've taken the technology that we've successfully deployed in some of the largest stadiums and arenas in North America, and we're bringing them to the venues that hold the largest esports events, such as the HyperX Esports Arena in Las Vegas. Our technology is going to take the highest resolution of the gaming systems that the players are using and allow the audience to share in that action in the highest quality and the most reliable way possible. You can move the video signals over an IP infrastructure or a 12 gig SDI infrastructure. In the case of IP, we move the uncompressed video signals from the player pods across the facility utilizing 2110 over a 25 gig or 100 gig network, reliably in the lowest latency possible in the highest quality possible. For 12 gig, we're doing the same thing. However, in this case, we're going to be leveraging our EQX UHD, which is our 12 gig SDI router, and move those signals over an SDI infrastructure between the player pods, the shoutcaster, the observer rooms, the front of the room, and the broadcaster.
Thanks, Mo. To learn more about any of these products and solutions, contact Kyle Mio-Bertolo, Evertz's Director of Sales, Sports and Entertainment, USA.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining me here during the SVG Summit. For those of you that don't know me, my name is James Stouflug, and I am the SVP of Markets here at EVS. I'm here to talk to you a little bit about what is new at EVS, and specifically in our category of live production tools. So for that, some of you might guess I'm going to talk a little bit about today the LSM VIA. But before I do, I thought I'd take a moment to remind everyone what the LSM VIA unleashes in the market. For those of you who've already invested in the XT VIA series of server, we thank you for that. With the 700 plus servers already in use by many of you in the market, you've already built the foundation of what the LSM VIA system will enable. And I want to remind you briefly what that is.
At the heart of the world's biggest sporting events, XT VIA combines the highest video quality with extreme production power and performance. Built on over 20 years of experience, this latest generation of live production servers is designed to replay, edit, and produce content in the most demanding live environments. By embracing multiple video formats from HD to UHD 8K and supporting the highest number of super motion configurations in the market, XT VIA can deliver slow and super slow motion replays of the best quality. The server also provides flexible SDI and IP connectivity. It assures full interoperability with other third-party systems thanks to approved industry standards. All servers needed for production can be deployed on the new XNet via a field-proven IP network that guarantees fast and efficient media sharing of high-bandwidth content, secured operations with plug-and-play simplicity. XT-VIA is an incredibly scalable platform. You can start small with 4 channels and build your way up to 22 channels of super slow-mo to address a wide variety of markets and applications. XT-VIA, power and performance at the heart of the action.
So up to 22 channels per XT-VIA server, and when you combine that into an XNet VIA network, you're talking about 600 plus channels potential, depending on how you're using all of them. So that's the power of the network. And now with the LSM VIA, we introduce the next generation on top of that. By coupling an LSM VIA with an XT-VIA server, you're now going to capitalize on all that power. And we did this for you, the operator. Like I began 20 years ago, we really wanted to embrace those operators and the skills and the benefits that they bring to your production. By putting more at your fingertips, the LSM operator, we're letting you do more with that network of servers. With IP connectivity, we're making it easy to deploy, and we're bringing even more flexibility for where you put the servers and how you allow the operators to work from anywhere. With those pool of servers, we're giving you instant access to all those record trains with the touch of your finger. By letting you do more in a faster way, LSM VIA lets you embrace that technology and lets you tell better stories through all of those tool sets. So LSM VIA is not just a brand new product, it is the next evolution of what we've built in the industry of the LSM, and we invite you to come learn more about exactly how this tool is doing that. This is just the beginning of LSM VIA. We've got a lot more to come. You're going to see more updates coming, more evolutions of the power of that XT-VIA server unleashed to allow even more distant operations, even more flexibility for how you consume the content and how you interact with everything that the XT-VIA and the LSM VIA bring to that offer. So please know that we've taken what we created and now we've made it better. So for you as operators, we invite you to take a moment and go out to evs.com/replay. Please go to that link and take a look at our website. We've put a lot of materials there for you to learn and exactly understand all the capabilities we've baked into this system for your benefit. Please come learn more. And if you go to the product page, you will also be able to go and book a demo. So please take a moment. We'd like to make a personal demo just for you so you can come in and learn exactly what this is. Ask your questions at your own pace. See firsthand with one of our ambassadors exactly what the LSM VIA can do. Please reach out, and thank you for joining today. We really want to embrace live production from anywhere, and I appreciate your time. Have a great SVG Summit. Hope to see you all soon.
Hey guys, Philip Nelson here with Nelco Media. I'm very excited to join you today on the Sports Video Group tours for December. It's very sad that we can't be all together in person hanging out in New York, but here we are in the middle of a COVID crisis and we do what we got to do. As I mentioned, my company is called Nelco Media. We are a boutique reseller integrator based in South Texas, but we work nationwide. Our focus is truly though on workflow, because before starting Nelco Media, I was an executive at NewTek, the creators of the NewTek TriCaster, for over 20 years, and I saw that there are so many integrators and resellers out there that really just want to sell you a box. They want you to buy a box, they want you to go away until you need another box. But we started Nelco Media with a new concept, and that's really focused on the workflow, because without the right workflow, all you got is a box that doesn't really do what you need it to do. So the product lines that we work with here are all the top lines. Of course, I do NewTek, sell a ton of TriCasters, but we also work with Ross Video, Blackmagic Design, LiveView, Sony Broadcast, do a lot of Sony cameras, Panasonic. But one of the things that really separates us from most integrators, resellers out there is that we approach it from a 360-degree view. So we want to help you with any aspect of your live production workflow, including studio design. One of the problems with a lot of the studios that are popping up, because we're all in COVID, everybody's building podcasting studios, mini broadcasting studios. Our concepts when we come into these studio builds, it's more custom than just buying a desk from TV Set Design and throwing up a lighting grid. So I'll show you some examples of some of those. We worked with a client in San Angelo, Texas, and they had an old bank building that they needed to convert into a studio. We started out with basically a glass wall and a big room. We put in lighting grid, we built their control room, their vocal booth, and we did all their set design. And the crazy thing is we did that in less than 15 days from start to finish. With esports, it's a challenge because you're bridging in traditional broadcast workflows with esports workflows. The gamers come in with their way of doing things. And so one of the big ones we did was the Blackfire project in Las Vegas. We were a consultant on that. And that is a partnership between Caesars Entertainment and UNLV. And they built a mini esports facility there. Another area that's been really hot this year that I know a lot of you guys, especially in college sports, is creating more content around the athletes, around the coaches. And so we're seeing a lot of podcast studios get built. A big one we just finished was Joe Rogan for the Joe Rogan podcast. We did his video workflow for that. But one that I've been working with for many, many years is the legendary comedian Tom Green. And believe it or not, because of COVID, Tom is touring the country in a van, living in a van with his dog. So let's catch up right now with Tom on the road.
Driving around Texas right now, Tom Green here, and just hanging out with my dog Charlie. And we're driving around beautiful, beautiful Texas. Don't mess with Texas. And yeah, I just want to say Phil Nelson's the man. Phil Nelson, thank you so much. Phil Nelson, Nelco Media. Phil Nelson, Nelco Media, Texas, state of Texas, internet broadcasting. Thank you. No, I always appreciate all the technological foresight that Phil Nelson has brought to my life, introducing me to all sorts of great new technology, going way back to the early days of the TriCaster on WeboVision, which was my early internet talk show before they called them podcasts, out of my living room in Los Angeles. So I just wanted to check in, say hope everyone's having a good time, and I'm driving right now, and I shouldn't be. This is a hands-free state, so I shouldn't be doing this. But I'm in the middle of. Well, I'm in a very remote place, so it should be fine. All right, everybody. Phil, love you, buddy, and keep kicking ass and taking names. All right. Bye.
It's always good to hear about your adventures from the road, and thanks for giving Nelco Media an opportunity to work with you on your podcasting and video initiatives. If you'd like more information, you can contact us. Thanks again. I appreciate you, and hopefully I'll see you in person at the next SVG event.
My name is Curtis Stanley. I'm the Director of Solutions for TVU Networks North America. And what I'm going to show you very briefly is a high-level overview of TVU gallery mode, TVU party line and gallery mode, so that you can have fan engagements and your fans at home can be part of the production. This is used in multiple places across the country. What you see on your screen is a 1x2 mosaic output. Now, this mosaic output can be varied depending on your needs and your sizes. So each of the individual persons within the party can be sent to an individual output for isolated outputs so that you can have them individually. You can have the mosaic as an SDI output simply by selecting a receiver, and your fans can see your control room or your program return coming back to them in real time. So they are part of the event, they are part of the production. So it is as simple as a two-step process like this. And again, depending on the size of your party, I'm looking at right now on my iPad and on a Surface Pro 3, I'm looking at a feed coming back to me in sync with the production feed, and I am part of it. So my audio can be passed through to the mosaic output, so you get real-time fan responses as well. So you're not waiting 4 to 5 seconds for, oh, I scored a basket, now I'm going to wait and get the response. The responses are within a second, second and a half, depending on network speeds and whatnot. So we have multiple clients using this. Again, you can have private conversations in here. Like I said, I can send these to isolated outputs, so if I've got a really engaged fan, I can send them to a secondary receiver without interrupting my mosaic output. Again, it's scalable based on the size of your needs, and it's easy to use, and we look forward to partnering with you in the future. Thank you.
Okay, so that wraps up Production Tools Tour B. So be sure to check out Production Tools Tour A. That features Blackmagic, Grass Valley, Panasonic, Ross Video, and VizRT. And again, thanks to our 4 sponsors in this session, Evertz, EVS, Nelco Media, and TVU Networks. Be sure again to check out all the other tech tours. They're all available on demand, and they'll be available in the future on YouTube. So be sure to check those out. And thanks again for your time, and we'll see you all soon. Hi everyone, Ken Kirschbaumer here, and welcome to Production Tools Part A, one of our tech tours. We have two in the Production Tools category, Part A and Part B. Part A features Blackmagic, Grass Valley, Panasonic, VizRT, and Ross Video. So that is this part that you're watching right now. And Part B, which is in a separate file, so be sure to check that out as well, features Evertz, EVS, Nelco Media, and TVU networks. So before we get to the first presentation from Blackmagic, I do want to welcome in Brad Cheney, Fox Sports VP of Field Operations Engineering. Brad and I discussed the area of production tools and where he sees it from his perspective as far as where the current state of the market is and where things are going to be headed. So please enjoy a quick conversation with Brad and myself. Hi, Brad. Great to see you. How are you and where are you right now, by the way? Fill us in.
I am doing great. I happen to be in Dallas, Texas right now, about to lead into our latest pay-per-view boxing event here with the PBC from AT&T Stadium on Saturday.
Oh, excellent. Great. So real quick, this is for our tech tours. We have some great sponsors taking part in these events and sessions. We got EVS, Evertz, a couple other folks, Grass Valley. So our focus here is production tools. So I guess from looking at the list, it's really kind of focusing on production switchers, replay systems, kind of the front bench tech. So what's your take on the current state of those tools and where they're at and what you guys kind of need out of them?
Yeah, I mean, we're really at a great point right now as this whole push towards IP continues to march on, and that, you know, we're really starting to see people integrate IP across their platform, and that's really going to kind of bolster what we're doing going forward and giving us flexibility and growth and also scale. And I think that as we've all kind of seen in COVID, as we start to rejigger our models a bit, develop larger production centers that can support multiple productions at a time, you know, that data being together and managed and accessible is really going to be a piece that's going to drive all of us forward. And so I think that when we look back at large network solutions from EVS and Evertz and Grass Valley on a replay front, you know, you looked at it, you looked at major shows like the Masters and the Super Bowl and the Final Four, and you talked about all that data moving around and all those servers tied together. And now all of a sudden you go, well, wait a second, that's my core facility. And now that's tied into 8 different mobile units for an NFL game or a college football weekend or Major League Baseball. And so that kind of infrastructure we're talking about, that glue that is IP, is really what's going to drive us forward. And what we're really seeing from the manufacturers that, you know, you're going to hear from today is that push for IP collaborativity between not only manufacturers, but equipment, and allowing us to do things at scale that just has kind of been unprecedented before.
Sure. Excellent. All right, well, let's hear what they have to say, and Brad, we'll be back with you later.
Hi, welcome to Blackmagic's booth. I'm Bob Cornelia, Director of Sales Operations for the Americas, and I'm working from home, just like everyone else. So I'm here to talk about our new production tools, specifically our ATEM switchers. We now have ATEM switchers that range from the ATEM Mini at $295, which is a 4-input HDMI switcher, all the way up to the Constellation 8K, which is a 10-input 8K switcher, or a 40-input 4ME HD and Ultra HD switcher. On the 4ME ATEM Constellation 8K, all of the inputs are scalable, even when working in 8K, so it can up-res to 8K. Now, on the ATEM Mini line, we have 3 models that we've introduced. In less than a year, we've gone from the ATEM Mini, which is a 4-input switcher, that has 4 HDMI inputs, but it also acts like a webcam, so you can use it with Zoom, and then you can switch between a lot of inputs, just like I'm doing. Like, I can switch over to my ATEM Mini Pro ISO and show everybody exactly what I'm doing right here. So the ATEM Mini Pro has a built-in encoder. So this encoder will go out the Ethernet port, and this way you don't have to use an encoder, so you can actually send it straight to the web. And then use the USB-C port as your ability to record the program output. Now, the ATEM Mini Pro actually also has, on the HDMI output, you have the ability to have a multi-view, which is always great. The ATEM Streaming Bridge is a streaming receiver for the ATEM Mini Pro and ATEM Mini Pro ISO. It receives the stream over Ethernet and turns it back into HDMI and SDI. And then we introduced the ATEM Mini Pro ISO, and the ISO is for isolated recording. So now what you have is a 4-input switcher that has the built-in encoder that can also be used through the USB-C port to be a webcam. But if you're using the built-in encoder and streaming out of the Ethernet, you can then record on the USB-C. But not only are you recording the program output, you're now getting ISO records of all 4 inputs. So every input, including the audio inputs, are all recorded in an ISO. And it opens up in Resolve like a DaVinci Resolve project. The DaVinci Resolve project is created at the same time as you're recording, and you just drop it into Resolve and voila, there's your multicam shoot. So it's really exciting and really great to provide a production/post-production environment all in one. So we just introduced these new microconverter 3G models. So there's a SDI to HDMI, HDMI to SDI, and a bidirectional HDMI and SDI. The bidirectional converter has SDI and HDMI in and out, so when you're using a pocket cinema camera with one of the other ATEMs, like the Constellation 8K, you take the HDMI out into the bidirectional converter. Then you take the SDI out of that converter into the switcher. Then take a program feed out of the switcher back into the bidirectional converter, and it completes the cycle to have tally, to have camera control all through the converter, so that you're actually using you can use the software to do the color correction, you can use a hard panel to do the color correction. It's all great. And then on the other side, if you have an ATEM Mini and you want to bring in an Ursa broadcast as your main camera, you take the SDI out of that into the bidirectional converter. Then take the HDMI out of that back into the ATEM Mini, and then the SDI output of the converter goes back to the input of the Ursa broadcast. It completes the cycle, and now you're getting tally and camera control from an ATEM Mini back to an Ursa broadcast, or a studio camera, or a micro studio camera, or an Ursa Mini Pro. So it's really exciting to be able to add the cameras and the camera control for all of the Blackmagic cameras on any of the Blackmagic switchers. Okay, well, we just scratched the surface. If you want more information, contact me, Bob Cornelia. That's Bob C at blackmagicdesign.com. Also, follow us on Twitter at blackmagic_news. You'll get information on all of our product updates, as well as all of our software upgrades that are available on our website in the support section. Go to blackmagicdesign.com. You'll get all the information. Please, if you have any questions, let us know. Although we don't sell direct, we love to communicate with everybody to give them all the information they need about the products. And please stay safe, and we'll see you at the next one.
Grass Valley makes it easy to migrate to 4K UHD by offering the right bandwidth required for uncompressed HDR and 4K UHD processing, delivered over 12G SDI or IP, with an ever-expanding portfolio of single-stream 2160p full raster solutions, capable of producing in both HD and 4K UHD. And the best part is, we do it without reducing capacity or compromising on features, because we're Grass Valley.
Let's dive right into a term that I often hear associated with 4K UHD and HDR, single stream. Matt, what does that mean?
So single stream defines how UHD content is handled on the wire. So 12 gig gives enough bandwidth for a single UHD stream to be handled on a single connection, which differs from the early days where you'd have quad square division or quad 2SI. So everything we're talking about today, whether it's switchers, replay, or camera, can handle either mode, quad or 12 gig single stream in either SDI or IP.
We also hear the term single raster. Greg, is this the same thing?
No, really it's not, Nikki. Really, when you talk about the term full raster, what that really means is that it's describing that the signal is being processed. And on many of the products advertised as single stream connections, the signal is still being split internally, so it can be processed as 4 1080p 3 gig signals. When you connect that signal, you typically lose that capacity of the system, and it's really reduced by a half or sometimes 3/4. And all the features are also reduced by that, not only just the I/O count. And in comparison, the new K-Frame XP switcher doesn't have any of those kind of limitations because it's being fully processed internally, full raster 4K 2160p. So no reduction in I/O count, and its capabilities, regardless of what your production is, that's not reduced either. So that means MEs, DVEs, keys, you name it, it all basically stays the same no matter what the workflow is. So in other words, there is no compromises.
Ronnie, as customers work with these high bandwidth signals, is it better to use SDI or IP?
So as we mentioned earlier, our new LD-X100 camera captures full raster UHD, but it's not limited to that single format. We capture in any format with just a simple option update that is quickly done in the field.
So Matt, you're telling me that Grass Valley production equipment can produce in multiple formats?
Sure thing. Whether it's cameras, switchers, or replay, we handle everything UHD, HD, SDR, HDR, and the replay system can actually do some clever dynamic processing on output. So you can take in any format and then convert it if needed on output.
And most of those live productions, they're created in one signal format and then converted into wherever they're going to be delivered. But if you really need conversion internal to the pieces of equipment, you can convert those as well. And since each production basically has its own base format, the most important feature is what are you going to be taking out of it? Or so can you do an HDR one day and do a full 4K UHD and then the next day? And with our equipment, you can do that.
It's so clear that Grass Valley equipment supports different video formats, but if you are planning to do a lot of production work in 4K, is it better to use SDI or IP to transport these signals? And Ronnie, what do you think?
Well, in many instances, Grass Valley products offer both types of connections, so it really comes down to the customer's preference.
In the distribution of those kind of signals, when you're doing remote production, it adds a lot more flexibility.
For remote production and distributed production, replay is a key problem to solve. LiveTouch offers several solutions there. We can use the LiveTouch panel remotely over a wide area network to take it away from the physical video server and provide flexibility in remote production workflows there. And we also have a centralized media network on LiveTouch, so you can instantly share media between servers, and operators can collaborate very quickly and easily in these distributed production scenarios.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Panasonic Tech Tour with an emphasis on production tools. My name is Jim Jensen and I'm the Senior Business Development Manager for the sports market at Panasonic. And today I've invited Mike Bergeron to join us, who's the Senior Product Manager for the live production systems. Today we're going to talk about something that has revolutionized the industry, and there's not another product like it. And the product I'm talking about is Kairos. Mike, tell us about Kairos and why it's so unique in the marketplace today.
Well, we've been referring to it as an IT/IP production platform. And what we mean when we say that is that it is IT in nature and that it's using off-the-shelf components in the mainframe, the GPU, CPU, and is operating as software. So the switcher components and functions are virtualized in that software. And IP, because the connectivity for control and the interfacing with other systems is based on a gigi network, and also that the input and output is based on a SMPTE 2110 100 gig network. That allows us to incorporate the moves to robotic systems and other things into the transitions and things we do as part of the production. And so it is the core of a smart studio.
You know, that's interesting because we have TechnoPoint, which is our robotic system that is a rail system that goes on the floor up to 65 feet or the ceiling, has an elevator system along with it, whether it's hung from the ceiling or floor or stationary or along the tracks with great flexibility and production value. as well as the new UE100 PTZ that is a direct drive system. So it's quick, it's quiet, and very smooth to work with the Technopoint system. And of course, we can't forget that we can incorporate black tracks on this as well too, a live tracking system. So that giving it even more flexibility and production value to customers. But that's a little bit about the inputs and some devices that we can connect. But let's talk a little bit about the outputs and the flexibility there and what Kairos brings to the table.
A lot of these camera moves are going to really increase your production value. But what also is going to help is that you can build output scene, output content with as many layers as you like, or as many transitions or pips or anything like you like. It's only limited by your imagination and ultimately the full power of the GPU in the system. That not only allows you to have something really complex and really to make any of the outputs into an NE, it makes it easier for someone who's spent all their career so far working on desktop platforms like Photoshop or NLE system to really get up to speed very quickly on how to build this kind of compelling content. And then because it's 2110 and that I'm not using a specific system format, that means I can mix 720 and 1080 and 4K content and mix them all together into one canvas and create a custom screen for any of the unusual screens that are becoming available right now.
So that's interesting. So it sounds like the Kairos system was well thought out in terms of the flexibility on the inputs, as well as the outputs and the many demands that, especially in the sports market, as far as in-house entertainment.
Yeah, precisely. Right now, if you are managing a venue, an entertainment venue, a sports venue, you want to possibly contribute to the broadcast feed. You'd like to get assets from the broadcast feed. You want to make a compelling scoreboard show for the investment in a big LED board or something you may have. But then there's also other website and streaming content that you can produce because you have the rights to it. And you'd like to have as many unique streams as possible to really be able to fully utilize your ownership of those rights. And so with Kairos, it's very easy to produce many independent, high value assets that you can send to different screens and other destinations.
Well, thank you for that quick overview, Mike. I hope it interests our customers that they want to reach out to me. My contact information as follows. Thank you and have an awesome day.
Panasonic.
I'd like to introduce you to our new touch drive production switchers. Hope you like it. Let's get into it. When we came at designing the touch drive 2S, we wanted to make sure that we could deliver an ergonomic panel with a fantastic feel. We've brought a curved angled design. These are very shallow in depth. You'll notice that they rise up to bring the displays to the user, while still maintaining only 3 inches rise out of the desk. On the left-hand side of the panel, we intentionally cut this section out to ensure that we could get full access to in-desk furniture mounts like turrets that could contain things like router panels, ultra touches, or say intercom. For the TD, their USB access is right here on the side. When it came to the menu system and control panel, we still wanted full dashboard control. This is a 15.6-inch 1920 by 1080 display. Best of all, everything connects directly to the back of the control panel. Looking at touch drive, it's obvious one of the main focuses was the displays. This panel now incorporates IPS technology displays that give us full color range. One of the new things that we added to this panel is the ability to interact with every single display as a touch device to give you quick interaction with gestures, swipes, clicks, taps. This meant that all of these delegation buttons now had more flexibility. So from a live operation standpoint, it's great knowing that I can delegate any of these buttons to any function I want, leveraging the fact that these displays now can have not only split mnemonics, but also split colors. So here, my red wipe is red, so when I press that button, I know the transition is going to take place. I select my source, I want the yellow wipe, I press it, I get that yellow wipe. Each transition area also has 3 direct access user buttons. Here I've got the 3 transitions as custom controls that I use most often in my production, giving me quick, rapid access to being able to run these without having to come back over to the left-hand side. A new concept in mapping your panel. By tapping here, I jump into touch map, I just select that source, I see that nothing is in it, I can select external sources, internal sources, any bus or aux bus that I want to use for bus follows. I can do it with an assignment, an insert, ripple the keys to the right. I can also go into clear mode and now simply just tap on a button which will clear it. Using delete, instead what will happen is it will ripple it to the right. So now we go ahead, we go into insert. I want to map my media store here, so I go to internal. I pick that up. When we select this, boom, you see that it's assigned and it ripples everything to the right. Jump back into assign mode. Come here, I want 2, I want media 3, I want media 4. I want to go back to my externals because I want to pick up HDMI 5. Exit the bus map. In TouchDrive, the S-Series control panels include a dedicated keypad per row. These keypads can not only be used in a local mode, but it can also be a global keypad and recall all ME levels, chroma key levels, and canvas levels. With the keypads, we still have full attribute functionality, so defining exactly what we need, which is important in live sports and event, and we have overrides. I love to use the memory keypads to cut cameras. So when I'm cutting cameras, it's very easy to recall them, as well as to have banks where we recall cameras with font. Keyer control has gone to side-by-side keyers. Now you can delegate the keyers, the control, the menus, and the rows, all with the dedicated keyer select function. Next transition area, giving you that flexibility with the offset background button. Easily select the background. You have your 3 transition buttons, dedicated roll clip functionality for rolling servers frame accurately, and you have your dissolve, wipe, DVE, and media wipe buttons, cut, auto trans, and of course the legendary Ross fader. When we look up at the menu system, anybody who's used a Carbonite will know that the mini menu is going to follow the knobs with the functions, but now we've added a 6-axis joystick. All of this in a control surface that connects everything to it, and then over a single Ethernet connection. So whether you need to work from home, distance between panels and frames can be overcome either with dedicated networks or VPN over public internet. If there's more you'd like to learn about TouchDrive, reach out to us. Thanks again for watching and have a great day.
Hello. Today I will show you Viz Vector Plus. Viz Vector Plus is a software application that includes a lot of features. The main feature is a vision mixer, but on top of this we have a media player, we have a multi-layer effect, we have a audio mixer and monitoring, and a lot of other features like graphic and macro and whatever. One of the important feature is that the main mixer is able to support up to 44 simultaneous input. The 44 input are resolution independent, so it means that if I'm working in 1080p, I can receive simultaneously Ultra HD content or even not broadcast like web streaming format, and the system is upscaling or downscaling in real time those source to the project resolution. The other very interesting feature at the end of the main mixer with the 44 input, we have a very powerful transition loader. We can create even our own transition with warp effect and audio clip. Then we have 4 downstream keyer. In the 4 downstream keyer, we can receive NDI stream with fill and key, or we have an internal graphic capability, so we can download. We can, for example, use in a media player directly a Photoshop file. The graphic capability, especially in combination with Viz engine, is quite powerful. We can trigger using macro the Viz engine, the trio, and we can link, of course, text field with external data like clock, like scoreboard, or any kind of external source of data. Then, in terms of layering capability, the system is quite powerful. We have 8 mix effect bus, and the 8 mix effect bus can be direct output. So we have 8 mix output. But what is very interesting is that any mix effect bus can have up to 8 layers. So right now I'm showing you mix effect 1, where I have 1 animation background plus 3 picture-in-picture, and if I switch to mix effect 2, I have another EMI bus with 4 layers. But then what is very powerful, I can combine mix effect bus in another mix effect bus, and so this is making the system very powerful in terms of layering. But another very important feature is the support, is the audio support. We have an internal audio mixer. In the internal audio mixer, we can mix NDI source, but even Dante or AS67. And here is really the big advantage using the system for sport production, because we can combine NDI and Dante, which means that the setup of my live production is very easy, is very easy to set up, because just think that both Dante and NDI can use a simple network infrastructure. This means that the setup time of a live production for sport is really easy and spend very few resources. The other thing that I can show you is the recording capability. We can record not only the output, but we can record the input. And recording the input, we have a basic replay functionality. I'm showing it very quickly. Now I have one source in preview. I'm recording 2 sources, and what I can do now, if I click the replay button here, the system is saving the clip and is executing the replay, and at the end of the replay will switch back the mixer to the next source. So this is a basic overview of Viz Vector Plus. If you have a question, or if you want to have more information, just contact us, and it will be our pleasure to support you.
Thanks, everybody. And that concludes Tech Tour A of Production Tools. So thanks again to Blackmagic, Grass Valley, Panasonic, Ross Video, and VizRT. Of course, there are so many companies involved in production tools that we actually have a second tour, so be sure to check that one out. That one involves Evertz, EVS, Nelco Media, and TVU Networks. Thanks again so much for your time, and be sure to check out all the rest of the tech tours on our on-demand area on the SVG Summit Connect website. Thanks again.
Welcome to another SVG Tech Tour. We're excited for this one. It's focused on transmission, and we're honored to have our SVG Transport Chairman, Adam Whitlock of ESPN here. Adam, how are you, man?
Doing well. Glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Good, good. Well, I am glad to have you here, and we're going to talk a little transmission tech here. Curious, let's start out. What technologies or products are you guys looking for right now? Or if you're not, looking for anything specifically, is there anything you're just super interested in exploring?
Yeah, there's two things that really grab my attention. One is the automated production for diamond sports. I haven't really landed on something there that meets the need. Would love to see some of the AI that's built algorithms for baseball and softball. I think that'd be ideal. The other is really just high density compression capable of supporting 20, 40 paths, and really, regardless of what the compression method is, to be able to do that in a nice compact form would be a huge help for me.
Very cool. All right. Well, we're going to find out about some compression, some distribution, some contribution solutions here in this first round of Tech Tours, and we'll be back here with Adam in just a few minutes.
Hello, my name is Melanie Sullivan with Channel Marketing with AT&T's Sports Entertainment Vertical. We are very pleased to spend the next 5 minutes with Sports Video Group as we highlight some of the innovative things we are doing with sports, the end-to-end fan journey, sports broadcasting, and delivering that premium content to the fan. I'd like to introduce our speakers today. First up, we have Kevin Griffin, AVP of Sales, AT&T Sports and Entertainment, and Dave McDonald, Director of Technology and Innovation, also with AT&T Sports and Entertainment, followed by Scott Beckett, Director of Global Video Solutions. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dave and Kevin.
Thank you, Melanie. Hi, all. Kevin Griffin here. I'm happy to mention a couple of key areas of focus for us within our sports vertical. The first is our end-to-end connectivity strategy. We have a robust set of fiber and mobile options that can really unlock significant opportunities for your organization, from scalable, high-burstable Ethernet connectivity to cloud and video connectivity, to 5G services such as millimeter wave, sub-6, private 5G, as well as private LTE leveraging CBRS. We excel in helping customers tailor a solution that best fits your needs. Second is that end-to-end guest journey. That's really built off of the connectivity strategy. And whether your guests are at their home, in the venue, or outside the venue, we can really enable a unique customer experience, be it frictionless, digital, or personalized, unlike any other. Let me turn it over to my colleague Dave, and he's going to take you through a couple of examples.
Thank you, Kevin. This is Dave McDonald. And a few of the examples that we could highlight would be our augmented reality, virtual reality, the Pose with the Pros, where fans can go up and actually select players and get a picture delivered to them on their camera in just seconds, immersing them even further into the activities around a game. This option has also gone virtual now, where fans can do this from their home. Another instance of where this technology is moving forward is the ability to do hologram interviews. This technology allows us to safely interview somebody if they're in a situation where they can't be in public to be interviewed. You know, our current environment has a lot of that, and this technology overcomes those obstacles. The third one would be the ability to produce broadcast video using 5G and edge computing and passing it out to either a streaming platform or a true broadcast truck for consumption by your fans.
Thanks, Dave. GS actually represents a leap forward in the terrestrial fiber-based broadcast network. Our seamless integration of our ultra-low latency network design with the scale of AT&T's expansive network provides our customers with a truly innovative production experience. With over 425 and growing network points of presence, AT&T GVS total solution design philosophy takes in aspects of all live broadcasting into consideration. AT&T works and partners with the best in the industry to adapt to the changing service landscape, supporting collaborative remote production to truly integrated solutions. From live contribution to master control of multi-platform environments, AT&T GVS is committed to service dependability, flexibility, which are the hallmarks of our service philosophy. Best-in-class service, putting our customers first.
Getting your content to your audience is becoming increasingly diverse and complex. Reliability matters, and time is precious.
Here we go. Game 10, Pittsburgh in 3, 2, 1. Open my cue. Ready, game 10? Go.
You're looking for integrated solutions. AT&T Global Video Solutions makes your job easier and your production cycles faster by delivering a more efficient workflow with redundancy, data integration, 5G advancements, flexible options, and world-class customer service. No other service provider can match the depth of our experience, the global reach of our network, or the breadth of services we provide. Our renowned high-speed fiber optic network delivers major broadcasts like the Super Bowl and the Olympics with low-latency, hitless video and data, creating an optimal viewing experience. Global Video Solutions, Media Connected.
All right, I hope you're enjoying the SVG Tech Tour on transmission technology. We're back here with Adam Whitlock, SVG Transport Chairman and heads Associate Director of Transmission over at ESPN. Adam, what is one thing that you are most proud of over the last 9 months? It's been a challenging time for everyone, and you guys have really had to come up with some new workflows. So what was one big game changer for you guys at ESPN?
Yeah, the big one here was the at-home workflows supporting the on-camera commentary. That's just been a huge game changer for us. It's a real enabler of live event production. So kind of a no-brainer from my perspective, but that's been a huge one for us.
Sure, yeah. And that allowed you guys to get back first KBO baseball is kind of how it started. And then eventually there was, a bunch of live from home commentary kits out there and other pieces of the ecosystem that can be off-site now, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We were able to enable a couple of studio shows as well with the Jump and Around the Horn, and we quickly morphed into live event production, where our on-camera commentary really added something to the productions, but it also enabled them to be possible. Otherwise, just in the current climate, we wouldn't have been able to have their services or include them in the event. So I think that's been huge for us.
Yeah, we're all thankful for it because it means we got to watch sports after that little dead period. Cool. Thanks, Adam. We're going to go to a couple more tech tours now, and we'll be back to close things out with you in just a few minutes. Enjoy these next few tech tours.
Sachin Agarwal. I'm the Worldwide Product Management Lead for IBM Aspera. I'm pleased to be with you today as part of this SVG event, and I just want to share some interesting and exciting developments we have going on at Aspera. As you may know, our commitment to the media and entertainment and sports industry continues to be recognized. We are a 2-time NAB Show Product of the Year for the year 2020, one for our Orchestrator product, as many of you know, as our robust workflow engine that consolidates and orchestrates all of your high-speed transfer needs, your workflow needs, your review needs, and everything else to make sure that your complex media workflows get from point A to point B all the way to distribution. The second thing that we're very proud of is our integration with our partners at Irdeto for our forensic watermarking product that has seamless on-the-fly forensic watermarking invisible to the human eye as one click in the AOC UI, with our commitment to third-party clouds, including Amazon Web Services and Google Cloud Platform. I want to talk a little bit about how we see Aspera enabling your business. Our core value proposition is about the business transformation that we enable. Obviously, yes, Aspera is known for our speed, for our security, and our reliability. But on top of that, powered by FAST, we built a wide range of products to meet a wide variety of use cases, especially those in media, entertainment, and live sports video production. Our mission is to transform businesses with the power of our patented FAST technology. As you may know, we have a wide variety of products in our portfolio: Console, Orchestrator, the Transfer Server, Aspera Sync, FastBex, etc. Other things that we have are the HTTP gateway, various SDKs, the Aspera proxy to protect your networks, and the embeddable option called FastBio that we released earlier this year. What we're very excited about is our new IBM Aspera Enterprise. This is a super server that includes unlimited access to the various parts of the Aspera portfolio. You now get unlimited file sync, unlimited web apps, including Console, FastBex, and Shares. Your ability to deploy those in an HA environment now unlocked with Enterprise. Unlimited client apps with unlimited users. So feel free to deploy Cargo, Drive to everyone in your organization. Unlimited Aspera proxies to protect your network worldwide. Unlimited HTTP gateways for when that last mile you cannot use the power of Aspera Connect. And streaming. The power of Aspera streaming through FastStream is now included for everyone in this new IBM Aspera Enterprise. You've all heard us talk about our work with the Fox Sports team at the Women's World Cup, the Super Bowl, and other events. Now we're pleased to bring that capability to everyone with this consolidated IBM Aspera Enterprise offering. It's very, very simple. It's a super server served based on throughput or called bandwidth, just as we currently do for the Aspera high-speed transfer server. We added that fast stream functionality as a feature, no longer as a separate server that you have to install. All three of those web apps that I talked about, Orchestrator, Aspera Proxy, and the HTTP Gateway, again, all the free clients, all the paid clients, and Aspera async binary for unlimited file synchronization across all of the places that you installed IBM Aspera Enterprise. And now you no longer have to use the Aspera Developer Network to get access for API and SDK support. That's now included out of the box. For those of you that have hub and spoke deployments or smaller footprints, the IBM Aspera endpoint is the next generation of the high-speed transfer endpoint. Like the HSTS used to be and IBM Aspera Enterprise currently is, and adds in async and fast stream for unlimited file sync and that power of live video and live data streaming. This is intended for hub and spoke deployments and really is to be used to leverage your IBM Aspera Enterprise investments. This consolidation is good for you and it's good for us because it allows you to get the full power of FAST, and it allows us to standardize and work on our engineering efforts in a way that allows us to increase and further widen our lead in the accelerated file and accelerated data transfer space. Trading up is super easy. We respect your investments, and we will streamline our engineering and support to make this happen. We have a project office that you can reach out to or have your sales rep reach out to help facilitate these trade-ups into IBM Aspera Enterprise. We have IBM Aspera Enterprise and Endpoint for when you choose to install and manage your software and want to pay for it upfront for perpetual licensing. If you have a wide number of servers and you can predict your transfer volume, the Aspera On Demand option may be a better option for consumption-based licensing. You install it, you manage it, you're in full control. If you want to use the power of the cloud natively as software as a service, we have Aspera on Cloud. We now have this FastBio offering for embedded use cases where you want to drop in the power of Aspera into your existing custom software. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to hearing from you soon.
LiveView provides the best quality live video coverage for sporting events for broadcast, online, and social media. Our portfolio of hardware-based HEVC transmission solutions enables broadcasters, production companies, and sports organizations to transmit and produce compelling live content. LiveView has been the pioneer in what some refer to as REMI, or at-home production. This evolutionary approach to production has dramatically increased the number of live sporting events produced today. But what is at-home production? Why is it enabling some of the most unique sports in some of the most remote areas to be broadcast live? Simply put, rather than sending a full production truck and crew to every event, broadcasters can simply send cameras and live view encoders to site and backhaul those individual video sources to an off-site production facility and control room. From there, the full production can be done from the centralized location. This workflow and its benefits are immense. It optimizes resources to produce more events, not relying on wheels and travel to produce. It keeps the wear and tear on your most expensive hardware low. With today's COVID-19 protocols, having reduced people on site and reducing travel needs is a critical advantage of LiveView's at-home production solution. Additionally, with today's budget limitations, innovating how we produce content is more important than ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2020 Cartier Queen's Cup.
So today we are at the Guards Polo Club. We are filming the Cartier Queen's Cup, one of the most prestigious tournaments in the world. It's played by the best players, the best horses, so therefore we try to cover it as best as we can. This year we've teamed up with LiveView. We are using the 800. We've been previously using the 600. It's given us, I think, the best coverage we've ever had.
The LU800 offers up to 4 1080p 60 fully frame synced feeds from a single portable unit using IP bonding of up to 14 connections.
This year has been a pleasure. We have the 800. We can run 4 cameras from it. We have 2 600s on each end zone. No mess, it's simple, it's easy, and it sends a signal straight back to South Africa or Argentina or anywhere in the world. We can really show the excitement and the passion, and it's just been a lovely experience.
LiveView's technology is unique in its approach to at-home production. With our precision timing technology and bonded network connectivity, customers can produce multi-camera live sporting events using wireless or wired technology. Whether it's a golf tournament, a high-revving motorsport series, a baseball game, or even something as unique as polo, LiveView has been there and can provide the right solution. IP Pipe is our next-level remote production feature, giving you a layer 2 connection between your encoder and receiver. This could allow you remote control over a wide range of network-based equipment, such as PTZ cameras, camera control units, or to send ancillary data back to the control room. We also offer a rich set of production tools for smooth communication between on-site crews and remote production teams, including video return, tally lights, and audio connect. Live feeds can also be shared to a larger audience as part of an end-to-end content workflow. The LiveView Matrix cloud-based content management and distribution platform provides a new way to share and distribute broadcast quality live video. Thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact us. We here at LiveView look forward to the full return of sports and a better future for us all.
All right, and we are back to close things out for this tech tour with SVG Transport Chair Adam Whitlock of ESPN. Adam, nobody's got a crystal ball, especially right now. We know that for sure. But I'm curious, do you have one big prediction for 2021 that you're willing to give us about the sports media and sports production industry?
Listen, a lot of uncertainty for sure, but I'd like to put an exclamation point on this and just say we're all in, right? We're going to go in and do much more, and I suspect we're going to need a whole lot more transmission services to be able to support the more that we're going to produce. So that's my bold prediction: is we're all in, and we're going to do much more than we did in the past.
That's great. Good to hear more. That's what we will be doing in 2021. I'm sure we're going to see all kinds of events from ESPN and cool workflows like you guys have worked on. Adam, really appreciate you joining us, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Take care.
And I hope everybody enjoyed this SVG Tech Tour. Make sure to check out the rest of the tech tours here at the svgsummit.com.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ken Kirschbaumer, SVG Editorial Director, and welcome to the Acquisition Tech Tour. We have 4 great presentations from Canon, Fujinon, Grass Valley, and Sony. Obviously, acquisition lenses and cameras is where a lot of the sports production, the electricity, the excitement begins. So with that said, we're going to get into our presentations, but before that, I have a quick conversation with Jason Cohen, who is the CBS Sports VP of Remote Technical Operations. Please welcome Jason Cohen. Jason, so great to see you as always. Thanks for joining us for today's tech tour on acquisition gear. We're talking cameras and lenses. We've got Fujinon and Canon taking part, as well as Grass Valley and Sony. Obviously, you know, cameras and lenses are where a lot of this stuff starts as far as your production. So in general, you know, let's start with lenses. You know, what's your sense on, you know, what do you guys look for in lenses? Are you happy with the direction what they're going as far as 4K and bringing out the true HDR? What's your sense on the lens marketplace right now?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I think we made our most significant strides probably at the end of last year, early this year, when you start to see, you know, some of the advancements from Canon, especially with where they were going with lenses like the 111s and the 122s. I know Fuji's got a new one on the market as well. I think that what you're starting to witness as far as the manufacturers recognizing that if we can gain, you know, even more focus and depth and get in tighter with some of these long glass lenses, with higher back ends, you know, that's the direction we're going to want to go in. And so, you know, last year in the playoffs, you really start to see, I think a lot of the networks quickly try to gobble up some of those 122s that were just coming out, which meant like the 111s were becoming the base. And now the 122s were the ones where you had a couple sprinkled into the show, where if you think about it in the past, right, like if you get your hands like on a 95 by or 101, that used to be your long glass. And everything else was peppered with 86s. And so now you kind of see the next evolution where like everything is ubiquitous with 111s across the board, and the 122 has become the golden standard. The other thing that we took advantage this past fall on a couple of shows in golf and football, and I'm safe to say that I hope we'll see it at the Super Bowl, is Canon's new 20 by as well, which our handhelds just absolutely gushed over. And, you know, it's nothing better than watching camera operators fight over, you know, the one prototype lens that comes to a compound. But that 20 by as well, with their back, also, I think is going to be probably one of the more popular handheld lenses you'll see networks using.
Excellent, excellent. And then, you know, so as far as cameras, Jason, I mean, obviously there's the handheld cameras and there's the box cam, and, you know, the box lenses and the hard cameras. Walk through, you know, what you're seeing in those two areas, but also just in general, you know, the use of the robotics and the sort of these little, I don't want to call them gimmicky cameras, but there's a lot of specialty cameras that are becoming part and parcel of your shows now too.
Right. So obviously, you know, we use a lot of Sony camera technology, you know, so we're obviously migrating from a lot of, you know, 2500s and 4300s to 3500s and 5500s. Certainly we use a good amount of, you know, 4800s in our planning for the 4K pan and scan. But to your point, it's the specialty camera equipment that I think is becoming more prevalent today, mainly because of where we are right now with the society and what we're dealing with. You know, we're trying to even further figure out ways to cover action without personnel in crowded spaces and being mindful of all the different COVID protocols, right? So, you know, we're using, you know, booth robos where there could be Panasonic 130s, or they're even just P1s on robo heads. You know, basketball, you know, we, for the month of December, said at CBS, we're not even going to put camera operators on the floor. So we're doing below the rim robos for all of basketball, as well as, you know, mid-court robos where we can, you know, to replace handhelds. So there's always been a propensity to, I think, try to add these specialty gimmick cameras where we can, but now they're not just gimmicky kind of just fun toys. They're almost essential cameras based on each network's level of comfort as to where they want to put bodies close to the action. Right. And look, and then on top of that, I think that, you know, what I find interesting is that I think the networks still have been able to find a way to add their high level of camera enhancement technology even during this COVID crisis, right? You still have line to gains, you still have, you know, multiple sky cams. You know, we used a fly cam in golf, we used a trolley cam in NFL a couple weeks ago. There's still a lot of different types of robos being deployed, even though you see networks scrambling with, the COVID protocols, reduced bodies on site, more mobile units, more health and safety. But I don't think it's deterred too much from those specialty camera equipment as well.
Yeah, it's been very counterintuitive. I mean, I would have figured that, the camera complements would have been scaled back, but you've been really taking advantage of the no fans in the galleries kind of situations and in the stands and introducing these new angles, which is
well, that's what and that's why I think it's counterintuitive. Is I think if you dropped onto the planet, right, and you haven't been here for the last year, and you said, what's going on these days, you would have said, well, there's no way networks are doing fun, crazy, cool cameras because everyone's just scrambling to get 5 cameras on the air.
Right.
To your point, we all recognize that there are opportunities right now with no fans in the stands, and trust me, right, we want the energy back, we want the fans back in the stadium.
Right.
But while they're not there, I do think that everyone's taking advantage of, well, what if we put a camera in the operational zone at NFL stadiums, or it's referred to as the moat, as a robo or a rail cam or a dolly cam, or, you're starting to find networks really thinking out of the box as to what you can do with no fans in the stadium. And what'll be interesting is when you marry them back together, right? When fans do return, which hopefully is soon, there's going to be camera angles that we've really appreciated. And how do you get to retain those with a fan presence will be, part of the next discussion, I guess, 12 months from now in the next year's panel.
Exactly. Excellent. Well, thanks, Jason, so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Stay safe and see you soon.
Hello, I'm Josh Stoner, Senior Product Specialist at Canon USA, and I'm here to talk to you about the new UHD XS lens from Canon, the CJ20 EX5B. The new CJ20 is a mid-range lens that fits between our 4 UHD XS lenses that are strong on the telephoto side and 2 that have outstanding wide angles. The CJ20 is a do-it-all lens that extends the wide and telephoto ends into a single, multi-purpose lens that can capture the wide shots that set the scene, then zoom in tight to catch action shots and pull back wide again during those key moments. The CJ20 has an impressive 5mm wide angle, increasing the field of view approximately 10% over other lenses in this class. And because it has the optical excellence that Canon is known for, the CJ20 delivers stunning 4K imagery edge to edge across the entire focal range from the 5mm wide angle all the way to 200mm with the built-in 2x extender engaged. The CJ20 represents the best of Canon's rich history of optical engineering. Advanced optical design, such as multi-group lens subsystems for zooming and the use of aspheric lens coatings in strategic locations within the lens optical system, helps to ensure 4K imagery across the entire image plane while chromatic aberrations are severely curtailed. Canon's high-resolution 16-bit absolute encoders support lens integration into precision virtual systems at power-on with no initialization. 3 standard 20-pin connectors support full servo control using standard zoom and focus controllers while also integrating into these virtual systems. The new CJ20 gives you the flexibility to go both wide and tight with one lens, allowing you to catch the action without missing a shot. Now, to tell you what's new on the camera side, here's my colleague, Ryan Snyder.
Thanks, Josh. Hi, I'm Ryan Snyder with Canon USA, and today I'm going to talk to you about an exciting new large sensor camera, the EOS C70. The C70 features the same dual gain output Super 35 sensor used in the C300 Mark III, but with an entirely new body design. The camera is extremely small and lightweight, and incorporates high-end features necessary for professional productions, whether that's creative, pre-recorded content, or live broadcast applications. You can record everything from 720 up to 4K on the dual SD cards, with an amazing total dynamic range of 16+ stops. High-quality XFAVC recordings are possible in 10-bit 422 with frame rates up to 120 in 4K and 180 in HD. The C70 features our new RF lens mount, which is extremely advanced and provides versatility in lens choices. The RF mount was designed for Canon's mirrorless system, enabling new features and lens designs that were not possible with the traditional EF mount. Reducing the flange focal distance from 44mm on the EF mount to 20mm on the RF mount allows our engineers more options in how the lenses are built. This not only makes it possible to make smaller and lighter lenses, but also innovative and impressively spec'd lenses that have never existed before, like our RF 28-70 f2L series. Not only can you now use these amazing new RF lenses natively, but with simple adapters, the entire line of EF lenses can be used. Canon also developed a brand new EF to RF 0.71x adapter that will make your existing EF lenses one stop faster and project a full frame angle of view on the Super 35 sensor. This gives new added value to classic EF lenses like our 24-105 f4 with image stabilization, which becomes an f2.8 when using this adapter. The camera features professional inputs and outputs, including a full-size HDMI port, BNC timecode, 2 mini XLR inputs with phantom power, and a remote port enabling control and shading with our RC V100 controller. A USB-C connector allows a Wi-Fi or Ethernet adapter to be connected, and with our browser remote feature, you can access the camera settings and view the live video from anywhere with a standard remote desktop application. Canon's dual pixel CMOS autofocus has earned a reputation for autofocus you can rely on, and the C70 improves on that feature by incorporating ITR AFX, a deep learning technology that dramatically improves face detection and head tracking. That's it for me today. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us directly through your account manager. We are very excited for you to try these new products, as we are confident that they'll be a great fit for your productions.
"2020 has been a strange and tumultuous year, but it hasn't slowed us down here at Fujinon. From new additions to our expansive lineup of 4K lenses to innovative technologies that provide broadcast professionals with more convenient options and better performing results, we're pushing the boundaries of not only what can be done, but how to do it best. Before we get started, here's a list of your local Fujinon reps, so feel free to jot down the information of the person who handles your region in case you have any follow-up questions or requests. We'll show this again at the end. Between our ENG and box lenses, we're now up to 15 models of 4K lens. What we're probably most excited about, and what's really got the industry buzzing, is our advanced focus system, the first of its kind in a 4K lens. We've installed this AF technology in our UA107x lens, and I'm going to let veteran camera operator Danny Zemenek tell you more about that now.
With the advances in technology, 4K, 8K, focus is going to be very, very important. I'm Danny Zemenek, and I'm a freelance camera operator for the last 40 years, and I've worked Super Bowls, Olympics, network shows. Focusing TV cameras was never really easy. You got to walk behind the viewfinder as it's moving to get critical focus on a tight shot. So we tend to zoom out. With advanced focus, you'll be able to zoom in and stay with that tight shot. Now we're talking about super slow-mo in 4K. You know, being out of focus is not an option. And now I want to be able to control every aspect of what part of the screen is focused, when it's focused, do I turn it on, do I turn it off? I'm looking forward to being able to manage the system. The ability to focus on an object, even though something passes in front of it, is a real advance for Fujinon to bring that as a feature. And this is a major step for advanced focus systems. I think that advanced focus is a great idea from Fujinon. Be confident that you're going to be in focus.
Danny's enthusiasm for the AF technology is a good indicator of how it's being received industry-wide. If your production could make use of this valuable technology, please reach out to your Fujinon rep to schedule a test today.
Modern cameras can see focus errors that used to be invisible, so Fujifilm's been working very closely with camera manufacturers as we continue to develop new features. For example, after deploying the flange focus system in the 4K lenses to correct tiny focus errors, the remote back focus functionality was made possible. In many camera placements, it can be difficult to execute back focus the traditional way. Remote back focus brings that process back to the control room, where the video op or engineer can do it with their high-res monitor in a controlled lighting environment and really get that back focus locked in. You can see here the back focus function is now in the menu of your remote control panel, allowing the video op to easily execute the full calibration of the lens. We've also introduced a new system called ARIA, also known as Automatic Restoration of Illumination Attenuation. As we know, to get the necessary telephoto ranges in a manageable size lens, there's f-stop ramping, meaning the exposure rolls off as you zoom into the tele end. ARIA communicates with the camera, adding the appropriate amount of gain, resulting in consistent exposure levels throughout the zoom range. It's very customizable though, so you have full control over how much gain is added. This feature is available in 7 of our 15 4K broadcast lenses. ARIA also eliminates relative illumination, a result of all lenses being slightly brighter in their sweet spot at the center of the image. With ARIA turned on, the lens communicates with the camera, providing relative illumination data throughout the range of the lens. That corrects the corner shading, giving the picture a consistent, flat illumination from center to the edge of the image. The UA125 is our new long lens. In fact, it's the longest and widest 4K lens for UHD applications. It maintains the world's highest zoom ratio of 125 times with a class-leading 8mm wide end. This lens was designed for unparalleled 4K performance imaging from today's new 4K 2/3 inch cameras, including an amazing new stabilization system, as well as a new amplifier board that gives you all kinds of customizability under the hood. As we continue to push the envelope and look to how we can help make production more viable in the future, our goal is to continue producing lenses with the very best optical quality that give you the ability to keep focus as precise as possible, offer maximum versatility, the best usability, and unparalleled customer service. The Fujinon team is here for you wherever you are in the world.
The LDX100 is our new native IP camera platform with 3 times UHD high speed, perfectly answering the needs of live sports production. Direct IP connectivity allows for simple connection and discovery of audio, video, and control, as well as superior PTP timing using open IP standards. You get redundant signals that come straight from the camera body, requiring no base station, and giving you at a glance operational status and enhanced ergonomics that deliver high performance in the field.
Grass Valley is known for introducing new camera technology. I'm joined now by Ronnie Van Giel from the Camera Product Unit. First of all, congratulations on shipping the first LDX100 cameras.
Thank you, Nikki. Our customers have responded incredibly well to the LDX100. The images, which we proudly design ourselves, capture stunning images all the way up to triple speed UHD.
The LDX100 boasts something called native IP. Is that different from the direct IP we're used to?
Grass Valley's direct IP remote technology is widely used to connect the camera head to a base station over a standard IP link. It provides the flexibility of IP routing while still interfacing baseband signals from the ECU. This makes it very easy to make the first steps towards the flexibility of IP. With native IP, the LDX100 itself is the flexible IP node. It connects the camera directly to a network without the separate base station. This means more efficient use of bandwidth, faster workflows, and more flexibility with fewer components. And then our MMOS makes open standard-based essence streams immediately accessible to any authorized device. Not just audio and video streams, but also tele information, audio levels, control, and status using industry standard integration. Of course, this all can be easily orchestrated with GV Orbit. And since the LDX100 is backwards compatible to an XU as well, you can transition from baseband to native IP at your own pace and make it really easy to switch between baseband and IP.
A camera control system still is very much linked to a base unit, isn't it?
Well, not anymore. Our unique creative grading control solution makes shading any LDX camera a very intuitive process. It puts the shader in full control under all challenging live conditions. And it's also an IP native, so the shaders can control cameras anywhere in the world from the same location. Native IP and creative grading make distributed collaboration a functional model. Every member of the creative team can gain non-conflicting access to the sources they need wherever they work.
Hi, my name is Rob Willix and welcome to SVG SUMMIT Connect. I appreciate the opportunity to give you a brief overview of Sony's imaging tools and new additions to our camera family. The foundations of our imaging tools are as follows. Innovation is more than just picture quality. It's offering useful and valuable tools to enhance both the user and the viewer experience. A new cost-effective replay system, our new IP connectivity, HDR workflows, and HDR metadata are great examples of this. We have fully transitioned to Sony-designed and manufactured CMOS imagers in all of our studio cameras. We are proud of our development of the world's first 4K 2/3 inch global shutter imager that is used in our mainstream 3000 and 5000 series cameras. All our cameras have HDR capability. We take a no-compromise path and use 3 imagers on a prism designed for live television instead of other approaches that might be lower cost, but in our estimation cannot offer the picture quality you need to be competitive. Of course, our top priority is making great images that'll be competitive for years. We also want to offer the production team every tool available while keeping the platform open to our legacy equipment. We are creating more tools for remote operations, such as remote backfocus and our new IP adapters. We also have clearly defined upgrade paths that can add IP, 4x and 8x HFR, and of course 4K to our camera systems. Our cameras can also be configured via software to add permanent or temporary capabilities to suit a production or a customer's budget. We have developed a comprehensive set of IP workflows. The just deployed IP HDCE TX30 transmission system brings both our current and our legacy HD cameras into the IP REMI era. The unit can be located either at the camera head or act like a CCU in the OB. Instead of being just a new camera, the adapter easily interfaces with our latest generation HDC 2000 and our new HDC 3000 system in an SD2110 network. We've put full SDI and IP outputs on the TX30. This allows you to see video, fire up a camera, and begin setup immediately in IP or SDI. We can add remote control panels directly to the unit or have a network control. In direct mode, the adapter acts just like a small CCU. In paired mode, the IP signals are fed to a CCU that is integrated into an existing SDI infrastructure. At IBC, we introduced a low-cost software package that enables the HDC 3500, 5500, and the P50 POV camera to have 4x supermotion capability. This $8,000 software package with the HDC 3500 allows us to create a very high quality but our most cost-effective supermotion system ever. And you will be able to use this capability over the TX30 IP system I just described. The HDC 5500, which has 8x HFR over SDI, now can have 6x over IP. All the control units have optional ST21 output capability. This July, we introduced a new cost-effective HD POV system, the HDC P31. This camera retires the ubiquitous HDC P1. We've added a global shutter imager that is very sensitive, yet virtually noise-free. Remote access is enabled via Web UI. The camera also has several new features, such as remote backfocus adjustment and area lens compensation, and of course, an efficient HDR workflow. Finally, we've introduced new RCPs and MSU panels to add capability to our latest and our legacy cameras. The panels utilize 1000 base T and they have more memory and more assignable functions. We also released a new, refined version of our GUI software-based master controller. It enables quick camera setup and adjustment of all the features. The leading mobile, rental, network, and sports venues purchase this. These customers produce some of the most challenging and highest rated events, and they trust Sony with that responsibility. We provide cameras with a lot of accuracy, but what is most important is that we make really great images, and the cameras are competitive while offering years of service. If you're unfamiliar with our lineup, or think it's time for your upgrade, please visit our website at pro.center.
And that concludes today's tech tour on acquisition. Thanks again to Jason Cohen for his time, as well as Canon, Fujinon, Grass Valley, and Sony. Please be sure to check out all the other tech tours, and we look forward to seeing you somewhere in the real world in 2021. Have a great holiday season. Stay safe, and see you all soon.
Welcome to another SVG Summit Tech Tour. We are very excited to be talking about sports content management today. And with that, we have our chair of the SVG Sports Content Management Committee, Tab Butler of MLB Network. Tab, a longtime friend of SVG. Thanks so much for taking the time, Tab.
Thank you very much for having me. Very exciting to be back. Unfortunately, we're not in New York in person, but we are here virtually, and it's very exciting to be able to participate and to see everybody virtually.
Absolutely. Well, we're talking storage here. I got a question for you. What technologies are you looking to add to your operation these days? Or if you're not looking to add right now, what are you kind of exploring and excited about?
Well, from the standpoint of storage, one of the big challenges that we have had is really a changing landscape. And one of the components there has obviously been object storage and how it's been affected in the cloud and how people are using that in the cloud. So there's been a lot of focus there. And on the same standpoint, you know, we're dealing with the old-fashioned block storage with Quantum and the StoreNext file system running on a DDN platform. And we put that in, 2.5, 3 years ago, and expect that which is really our tier one muscle for all of our post-production editing and our recording, that's not going to change at this point. But one of the areas that has been seeing a lot of tumultuous waters, you might say, is the archive. We've seen issues with tape drive technologies where, for instance, Oracle had basically taken the T10K line and said that the T10KD tape drive, it was going to be pretty much the end of the line back in 2016, early 2017. And as a result, you know, we've been on that format for, you know, the last 4 years. And at some point, media as well as the tape technology becomes a little long in the tooth. Right. And the biggest concern is, okay, when is the media going to begin to no longer be viable? And what is your next step if you're a big investor in that T10KD infrastructure? So to me, that was something that we've had on the radar for the last 2 or 3 years. And this last year, right when we started to hit the pandemic, I think it sped up the process of you know, slowing down and basically stopping that the manufacturing of that tape, bringing it much closer to our horizon, as it were. Sure. And as a result, it turned out that in February or so of next year, Oracle is no longer going to be selling that tape stock. So, you know, that's a big change for us. And Oracle, we talked with them, and they were very accommodating and basically saying, listen, the road forward is with us with the LTO 8 tape format. They have the LTO 9 coming out, but for us, that was something that was the logical next step. So this summer, we started to move onto that platform, purchase the drives, purchase the media, and, you know, from an economic standpoint, the LTO 8 is extremely economical as you're looking for large bulk storage, and the performance is extremely good. It's enterprise class performance, more at the LTO price point. Great. So that's been very exciting, and cool. It's basically given us a technology refresh with the SL8500, the Oracle tape robot, that lets us move forward for, you know, 2 or 3 more years, maybe 4 more years, without you know, being challenged by the deprecation of that platform.
That's great. Well, we'll be back with Tab with another question in just a few minutes. But for now, please take a look. We got some very cool vendor exhibits. They're going to give you a tech tour of what they have going on in the storage and content management area. Let's take a look.
Hi there. I'm Laith Masarwe, Media and Entertainment Marketing Lead for Google Cloud, and welcome to our tech tour as part of SVG SUMMIT Connect. Today, I'll be talking about how leading sports leagues and broadcasters like Major League Baseball and Fox Sports are utilizing Google Cloud tech to help them better manage their content and provide fans with more engaging experiences. Let's start with baseball. Earlier this year, we announced that Google Cloud was named the official technology partner for the MLB. We're working with the league on three main goals. First, attracting the next generation of fans with new digital experiences. Second, simplifying infrastructure complexity. And third, accelerating the delivery of innovative services. This past season, MLB introduced its upgraded StatCast platform powered by Google Cloud. StatCast is a state-of-the-art tracking technology that allows for the collection and analysis of massive amounts of baseball data in real time across all 30 ballparks. It helps fans understand the why behind what's happening on the field, in terms like spin rate, exit velocity, and launch angles have all become standard terminology in helping us understand what's really happening. Baseball data generation begins when the players take the field. Optical tracking sensors provided by Hawkeye Innovations transmit player and ball motion data from each ballpark to the MLB's database hosted in Google Cloud. StatCast is able to directly measure both spin rate and spin axis, rather than inferring one or both measurements from the observed path of the ball, as previous systems used to do. Player tracking has improved from 3 feet to inches, and ball tracking is accurate to about 1/10 of an inch. These enhancements lead to greater accuracy and opens up new doors for pitch design and development. At the same time, multiple video feeds are clipped and saved off into Google Cloud Storage, which also powers MLB's newest video sharing product, FilmRoom. With FilmRoom, fans have the ability to create custom highlight reels to share on social media in just a few clicks. The video search function puts a library of more than 3.5 million clips at people's fingertips, with over 30 filters to easily find exactly what you're looking for. So if you're looking to create a reel of Fernando Tatis Jr.'s home runs against four-seam fastballs this season, you can do that. And you can do a lot of other stuff too. And by understanding what's happening on the field more deeply, and then empowering fans to share moments that are important to them, MLB is helping make the game more accessible to a new generation of fans. MLB also transitioned their business analytics platform to Google Cloud, so now they can track everything from fastballs to hot dogs, as we like to say. Baseball now has a single view of the fan across ticketing, merchandising, video streaming, and mobile apps. They can predict future purchase behavior and share that information with all 30 clubs to help them make better, data-driven decisions in their local markets. We're also working with Fox Sports to automate one of the most manual processes in media and entertainment, logging, discovering, and storing video assets from their vast archive. Initially, the aim is to use machine learning to analyze the vast troves of data to help improve search capabilities, as well as quickly compile new content using existing footage. Using AI, for example, the company could begin to create more personalized content for users based on user preferences, and quickly enhance live productions because producers can quickly scan for specific plays or matches. So if you want to look for when Joe Buck yells the Cubs win the World Series, you can do that with a Google-like intuitive search so that you have that clip at your fingertips. It can also accelerate the pace with which Fox Sports puts together highlight reels because the algorithm starts suggesting pertinent clips and learn the situation much quicker than a human could scan the archives and recordings. This helps their production team find relevant clips with intuitive Google-like search in seconds, so that productions are that much more engaging. This is some of the latest work that we've done with sports leagues and broadcasters in 2020 around content management and AI. To learn more about how Google Cloud can help your organization, or to get in touch with a subject matter expert, please visit the Media and Entertainment page of the Google Cloud site at cloud.google.com/media. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us today for Lumen's Tech Tour. My name is Jonathan Barton, Director of Edge Solutions at Lumen. On our tour today, we will be walking through Lumen's Edge platform. To start the tour, I'd like to show you a brief video to introduce Lumen Technologies.
Lumen's fiber network is about more than just moving data. It's a superhighway designed to help drive amazing outcomes for businesses and government, furthering human progress through technology. Think the latest optical technology, a highly reliable, low latency infrastructure at the edge, with embedded security features designed to power the fourth industrial revolution. Digitally driven to move and process today's massive amounts of data and do it in real time. Traveling through the network, waiting to be unlocked, is the future of your business with Lumen, the platform for amazing things.
In this environment, applications have become a critical foundational element of everyday business and life. Applications are the interface between our next generation technologies and how we derive value from them. These applications and technologies are the means for businesses to provide differentiated experiences, and they increasingly require minimal latency for real-time data engagement. Unfortunately, current network, cloud, and IT architectures present latency, cost, and data privacy and security issues that challenge the performance of distributed applications and real-time data processing. The ability of critical industries such as healthcare, manufacturing, retail, to take advantage of next-generation technologies and applications such as artificial intelligence, augmented reality, real-time analytics, hinges on an intelligent platform that builds on adaptive infrastructure and orchestration to help bring compute resources closer to the point of digital interaction. Ultimately, the world needs a new architectural platform that has been designed to support the intensive performance requirements of next-generation applications. Lumen has this next-generation platform consisting of a platform consisting of infrastructure relating to our network, our security, our edge cloud services, and our collaboration services. These are all fundamental elements that are critical for today's enterprises in today's world. The opportunity for digital business to get more value from their data will come from putting data and applications closer to where the action is, which is the digital interaction itself, propelled by edge computing. This allows customers to improve their products and services and their competitive differentiation in new ways and new places faster and faster. What if customers had the ability to act faster on data? What if they could turbocharge their data engine to acquire data from more sources, analyze patterns in real time, and act on business logic closer to the digital interaction? For asset-intensive or interaction-intensive industries, edge computing can enable innovations not possible before in traditional IT environments. Lumen's edge computing solutions provide value across a number of different ways, including enhancing that experience out at that edge by providing that low latency reliable network, by enhancing that application performance and providing a better user experience, enhancing the managed service that a customer needs as more and more applications and more infrastructure is deployed throughout the world. Companies and enterprises need this to be managed consistently. And last but not least, enhancing that security and governance of what is the overall application, where does the data sit, and how am I providing a consistent security experience for all of my data and for all of my customers. I'd like to talk about a couple of use cases quickly. first of all, this use case talks about edge computing supporting broadcasting, where essentially we have a client that needs a low latency solution for video application delivery, and there's a great amount of redundancy, transport and redundancy that is needed to make sure that nothing ever goes down during during this transmission. And so we're able to provide, Lumen is able to provide high performance edge computing close to the user and close to the solution here. Another interesting use case is for a company that is looking to automate and drive more value out at different venues and sporting venues. And so, today there's a need to have a bunch of configuration work around trucks and different things. So Lumen is looking to provide dedicated connectivity, integrating those cameras into the solution, providing Cloud Connect services and a hybrid WAN service, automating much of this solution for this client. So Lumen's really excited about how we're positioned to be able to help companies really look at how do you provide assets and infrastructure to enable next generation applications and technology. Our over 150 global edge compute nodes are being deployed today. We have connectivity to over 2,200 data centers. We can provide over 30 million square feet of co-location space that we have access to, that we can provide access to our clients. In terms of our connectivity, we're the most well-connected ISP in the world, with over 6,400 ASs connected to our network, with over 450,000 route miles of fiber. Thank you for joining us today. For more information, visit lumen.com.
All right, we are back with Tab. Hope you're enjoying the SVG Tech Tour. Mr. Tab Butler, I got a question for you. Is there a technology out there, kind of up and coming, bleeding edge, that you're excited about and keeping your eye on?
Well, there's definitely a number of those technologies that are out there, surf file systems and object store and things like that. But something that is, out beyond the horizon is DNA storage. We had some dialogue with it during the summit in the summer. We had some dialogue with it, I guess, last year, bringing up some of the new emerging technologies there. And what I'm beginning to see with this whole DNA environment is that they're beginning to try and figure out how to make this an active archive as opposed to just a deep storage medium. Right. And the thing is that for this to be economical, you've got to be able to use it as a near line storage, a high availability, highly accessible, highly mineable resource. If you just send it off, put it into a bunker somewhere for the next 150 years,
it's not going to do you any good.
It's not going to do you any good, and it's not going to be economically viable for the future. So I'm watching that. I know a lot of other big investors, the Microsofts, the Googles, they're all looking at this, and it's going to be fun to watch for the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, well, we'll keep our eye on DNA-based storage. That's next, coming next in the future. This is what is happening right now in the storage space. Let's take a little bit of a tour around some of the other technology from the vendors.
Hello, SVG Summit. This is Scott Bounds from Microsoft, and this is the Microsoft Virtual Tour 2020. I'm going to take the next few minutes and provide you an overview of the industry trends and solutions that Microsoft is delivering. Let's jump right into it. First, let's discuss some of the key objectives we're really seeing for sports production. Especially in this COVID-related environment, we're really seeing the need for workforces and remote editing, remote production, and the need for collaboration. Another big aspect is leveraging cloud technologies to rapidly scale up and scale down as needed in the areas where the resources are needed using the cloud. And finally, as part of using cloud computing for production, really having the security and reliability for your content and for all your team members to access what they need, where they need in a secure basis. Now let's take a look at Microsoft's perspective for M&E. The following slides show some key scenarios that Microsoft is really focusing on. One is really around accelerating content production. This is cloud-based production, content workflows, content creation, rendering, etc. The second is really around modernizing collaboration, especially with all the remote production in COVID-related environments. Being able to efficiently collaborate among teams is key. The next is really around optimizing content delivery. This is from content ingest, content supply chain, transcoding, all the way to delivery through an OTT or another streaming product. Two other aspects we want to concentrate on is one is knowing your audience, understanding the profiles of all your users and fans. In leveraging that information, how can we really create really rich experiences that are really personalized to drive monetization and usage of your applications and your content? Now let's take a quick look at Microsoft's philosophy for media. Microsoft really sees ourselves as the global hyperscale platform that we can really work with our partners. So in our case, we are looking to partner with the key leading vendors across the board for these scenarios. And you'll see many of them here this week at SVG. So these partners include companies such as Avid and Adobe and Telestream and DeltaTray and Verizon and Harmonic, etc. We're really working with them to take their intellectual property and run it on our cloud. A key aspect of Azure is our scalability. Azure currently is in 69 regions around the world, and that's more than AWS and Google combined. This means that Microsoft will have the resources needed in the locations needed for your productions. Also, interconnecting all of these regions, Microsoft has its own network of our own fiber for really to enable low latency between regions, as well as directly connecting into Azure. Now let's take a little bit of a deeper look at a content creation workflow. The following architecture really looks at a post-production architecture in Azure. So this would be such as someone using an Avid system, Avid Media Central Media Composer, or Adobe Creative Cloud to enable remote editing. Really what you see here is all the resources in Azure. This includes the high-end designer workstations using GPUs, the fast storage, either shared file storage or the premium blob storage powering an Avid Nexus, as well as the display capabilities with our partner Teradici. Also, the connectivity into this architecture would be remote users coming in from their, for example, their home locations, remote offices using site-to-site VPNs, as well as a high-speed direct connection with Azure. This is really for remote sites. And really think about this as well for empowering and really driving those hybrid scenarios where you want to synchronize content from on-prem up into the cloud. Also, other partners layer on top of this. So for example, if you need high-speed acceleration for uploads and downloads, you can work with partners such as Signiant and Aspera to enable that. Another key aspect is the ability to script all of this. We're working with partners such as Terraform, so you can actually script the creation of a full edit pod and all the workstations needed to tear it up and tear it down as needed based on demand. This really highlights the flexibility of the consumption-based cloud. I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about what Microsoft is doing with the NBA. The NBA is a great partner with Microsoft, and 2020 has been a big year. Earlier this year, Microsoft announced a multi-year partnership with the NBA. Microsoft and NBA will be looking to redefine and personalize the fan experience delivered to fans around the world through their streaming product. Microsoft worked very closely with the NBA to deliver a virtual fan experience. When basketball restarted for the season, what we weren't able to do is have fans in the arena inside the bubble. What Microsoft did is working with the NBA, we helped them wrap the cord in screens and using our Microsoft Teams technology, bring fans into the arena. This really enabled the teams to actually engage their fans, season ticket holders, and what you'll see in the court side, and this picture right here gives you a good example from Game 1 of the finals, is the wide variety. We have fans, we have season ticket holders, we have celebrities, we have Hall of Famers such as Shaq and Kareem, and we even have a former president of the United States. Please reach out to myself or anyone on the Microsoft team for more information across these different scenarios, from content creation in the cloud all the way to delivering virtual fan experiences. Thank you.
Over the last decade, cloud-enabled technologies have disrupted the status quo in media and broadcast. It's forced broadcasters to really rethink their storage infrastructure and challenge traditional archiving strategies. And when the global pandemic hit, putting the brakes on all of our favourite live sporting events, the ability to efficiently access legacy content from anywhere became more important than ever. So how do you start, and how long does it take, and what are the risks when you look to migrate tens of petabytes of your most valuable asset to the cloud? I'm Kyle Evans, Chief Commercial Officer at TapeArc, where we specialise in mass migration of content from tape to the cloud and work closely with many of the world's leading studios and broadcasters. One of these leading broadcasters is Fox Sports.
I'm now over here at Fox and FS1 in the role of overseeing the day-to-day media management of all of our footage. Fox has always been sort of at the forefront of technology and really trying to push the limits when it comes to innovating. So I feel like we would have tried to find a way to continue on this project even in the pandemic. There's a real need to get media to the cloud. Producers and editors, we're all trying to get access to our footage. And the way the landscape is laying out, we have to be able to provide these options for people to come in and edit, because you never know, how long this is going to last, truthfully. And then, just when it's over, is this also just a better and more efficient way of working?
Our customers are often surprised when they hear about the speed and scale that TapeArc is working with on tape migration projects. In the case of Fox Sports, the data transferred was 17 petabytes from thousands of LTO tapes. So what does 17 petabytes look like for Fox Sports?
It represents, I'd say it represents 6 years of our main production library. It's game records, it's melt reels, it's ENG shoots, games upon games upon games of every sport imaginable. The main archive of all of our footage for everyone to be able to utilize for all of our shows.
Cloud-based content archives bring a significant increase to business resilience, with reduced emphasis on studio-based production and eliminating sneakernet to retrieve backup tapes when critical content is required. The infinite scalability of cloud-based production and distribution also allows broadcasters to be more agile with their infrastructure spending and ensure that their data is positioned for tomorrow's machine learning tools and even greater audience engagement. So with that said, what steps can organizations take to start migrating from tape to the cloud?
Say plan ahead. It probably takes a year to get the full strategy going, and just talking out on how you're going to get all those moving parts, whatever plan you come up with. Our plan, after sort of taking a look at how long it would take us to migrate that much tape, utilizing our internal system and how much we're currently using it, was to use TapeArc, where we were able to ship them, backup copies of our LTO and have that media migrated. And it's really just to go for it. There's going to be bumps in the road and you're going to have to work through some things. But ultimately, once all of your media is in the cloud, which we are very close to doing, and it's fully integrated with the system, really the opportunities open up and you're able to stop thinking about, okay, once we're in the cloud, you're able to finally be there and execute all the things you've wanted to over the years. The speed at which we've been able to migrate the raw media has been fantastic. That is the best part, is I think you guys, TapeArc, was able to open up to 20 gigabits of transfer capacity to the cloud. So we were pushing, or you were pushing, I should say, not me. Loads and loads of data. I think it was 100 terabytes a day when we were really up and running, and that's just amazing.
So migrating large archives from tape to the cloud can indeed be painless. It's all about speed and scale, and that's where TapeArc's service really shines. If you'd like to know more, visit our website at tapearc.com or contact me directly, kyle.evans@tapearc.com. Thank you.
All right, and we're back with some closing thoughts from our chair of the Sports Content Management Committee, Tab Butler. Tab, you mentioned DNA storage as that future forward-looking type technology, but where are you headed in the near term in terms of some of your technology decisions? What's really right around the corner that you're looking for?
Well, one of the things that we're really trying to analyze is, on-prem cloud type storage for archive, that's cheap, deep, affordable, high availability, Ceph file system, object store. That's an area that we're really going to want to explore and get more of an understanding of what its limitations are and what are its capabilities. It's emerging, and also I think we're going to see dramatic changes in the infrastructure behind these file systems as we continue to see, cost reductions with NVMe and the whole solid state type of approach as opposed to spinning disk. So I think there's a lot to look at in the next 12 to 18 months in that area. And I think the landscape's going to change dramatically over that time.
Well, things have accelerated awfully quickly as a result of the pandemic, and we're not going right back to where we were. Things are going to continue to evolve. So, Tab, thank you so much for your time. Really, really appreciate it. And to everyone out there, we hope you enjoyed the SVG Tech Tour on storage and content management. All right, welcome to another SVG Summit Connect Tech Tour. We are honored to be joined here by Steve Thorpe, VP of Video Platforms at Fox Corp, where he oversees the Fox Sports portfolio of video platforms. Steve, thanks so much for joining. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you so much. Nice to be speaking with everybody.
Yeah. So look, we're here to talk about streaming, OTT, the hottest topic in the entire media industry right now. I'm curious, over at Fox, what technologies or products are you guys looking for these days? Or if you're not in quote unquote buying mode, are there anything you're just really interested in exploring?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think for us this year, it's really about how do we take our streaming products to that next level. We've over the past year, been able to deliver a Super Bowl, been able to do the World Series, help stream an election for our news properties, and those have been great, and the platforms held up, pretty well. But this year, it's really about finding that baseline that is already so high and taking it to the next level. So for us, I think it's really about how do we start having an and conversation. We want to really start thinking about how do we deploy low latency streaming, and we want to be able to do low latency at scale. We're really excited about UHD and HDR, and we want to make sure that we can do that while still maintaining all of our business rules around SSAI and DAI. And so this year, I think said simply, it's about finding those opportunities to really push the platform forward around low latency, UHD, HDR, but be able to do that with all of the same expectations and all of the same business requirements that we have today.
Well, you guys have come a long way in just the past 12 to 18 months, and I'm sure it'll just exponentially grow coming in 2021. We're going to take a look at some of the tech tours here. We'll be back with Steve in just a few minutes. We'll see you then.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stedman,
Media Services Strategist at AWS Elemental. We're excited to be part of the 2020 Sports Video Group Connect Summit, even if virtually, like everything else this year. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to the AWS Tour, where we're going to provide a demonstration of a product we introduced earlier this year called AWS Elemental Link. Now, before I turn it over to my colleague, let me make a brief introduction. AWS Media Services is a set of media processing, packaging, and delivery capabilities that are helping broadcasters reinvent the way they distribute television, that are powering some of the world's largest streaming services, and enabling the OTT delivery of some of the world's largest and most valuable sporting events. Our customers rely on AWS Media Services to provide the highest video quality at the most efficient bitrate, to provide the highest reliability and scalability to reach the widest audience, and to provide for easy integration of our services into their workflows and applications so that they can focus on making the best consumer experience. And that's where AWS Elemental Link comes in. We're making it super easy to ingest live video directly into the cloud so that you can do things with it. Now I'm going to turn it over to Matt Vegas, who's going to show you. Matt?
Hi, I'm Matt Vegas, Senior Product Manager for Amazon Web Services, and today we're going to talk about our new product, AWS Elemental Link. Link takes a live video source and sends the video to AWS Elemental for Media Live for distribution to end customers. It's fast and easy to set up. AWS Elemental Link is shipped fully configured to your AWS account. Once connected, Link automatically begins transferring videos and thumbnails to Media Live. You can manage and monitor multiple devices remotely with centralized control within Media Live. The device is small and portable, less than a pound. Link travels wherever you need it to. It's silent in operation, it's less than 10 watts. It creates no noise, it's fanless. You can Velcro it to the side of a camera and no one would know the better. AWS Elemental Link is cost efficient. It offers broadcast-grade, on-premise live video transfer at a fraction of the cost of traditional approaches. Link is efficient to operate, running in an efficient AWS cloud service. Link uses efficient advanced video compression to deliver high video quality video. Link maximizes the quality sent over the cloud over unpredictable networks, continually adjusting bitrate based on conditions. So here we show an architecture diagram of a typical AWS Elemental Link workflow from end to end. We have the Link device running into Media Live. In our case, in our demo, we're going to show it going into Media Package and then into Amazon CloudFront for CDN. So I'm going to give you a simple demo of how this thing works and show you how simple it really is. So on the back of the device, we have power, SDI video, Ethernet, and HDMI video. I'm going to plug those in, show you what happens. So we plug in video, plug in Ethernet, and plug in SDI. So the device now is going to power on, connect securely to Amazon, and start sending thumbnails or video to Media Live. I've pre-configured a Media Live channel to take that video, start streaming it, and passing it through to Media Package. So in a second here, right now we're showing the connection state as disconnected, the device state as streaming, and it's going to flip to connected in a second. All right, there we go. We now have a device that's securely connected and we can control from the Media Live console. Behind this, we also have Media Package running and CloudFront as a CDN. So we're going to go over to Media Package, pull up our CloudFront URL in the form of a QR code. I'm going to click on this, scanning it with my phone, and there we go. We have live video from your live event to a phone set up in a couple minutes. So thanks for watching. For more information, go to the link below.
Welcome to a brief overview of Limelight Real-Time Streaming. I'm Jim McNeil, Senior Product Manager for Video at Limelight Networks. Limelight is a global CDN that offers a complete range of services for video along what we like to refer to as the streaming latency continuum. That continuum ranges from typical HTTP broadcast latency down to sub-second real-time latency. Limelight has a solution for each stop along the continuum. The key to finding the right solution is understanding the level of interactivity that your viewers require. For example, if you require ad insertion, a small chunk delivery or low latency HLS or dash solution may meet your needs. But if you need direct synchronized user interaction with your broadcast, then RTS would be your best choice. So let's take a look at Limelight real-time streaming.
People everywhere are watching online video to get in on the action for live sports, gaming, auctions, and the list goes on. But latency can be a big turnoff. Limelight's real-time streaming makes the delay go away. It delivers video streams in less than a second and brings interactivity to live events. The difference? Live streaming will become a more social experience. The result? New innovations in live streaming use cases. Real-time streaming also integrates real-time data, which opens up a world of possibilities for how viewers interact with each other and with content distributors. Because it's based on industry-standard WebRTC technology, real-time streaming is supported natively on all major browsers, and it leverages Limelight's global CDN for unmatched scale, reach, and reliability. Sub-second video delivery, data sharing, high quality. It's a winning combination for viewers, and it can create new business opportunities as well. Learn more on how Limelight can meet your real-time streaming requirements at limelight.com/realtime streaming.
So taking a closer look at the use cases for real-time streaming, some of the more challenging cases involve interactivity between viewers and the content provider. In these cases, latency must be reduced so that viewers watching online can see the action as close to real-time as possible. Examples include online auctions, online casinos, esports, and in-event sports betting. Not only does the latency have to be sub-second, it has to be consistent across all viewers. So in the case of online casinos, all remote players see the turn of a card at the same time. So now let's take a quick look at RTS in action. So this is our demo environment, which shows us that I have a stream that I'm provisioning here from Northern California that I am publishing directly into our Los Angeles node. And that's getting relayed around the world. And I have 3 different subscriptions here of players that are simulating Los Angeles, CDG in Paris, and also NRT, Narita in Japan. And so if I take a quick closer look at those individual screens, you can see here Los Angeles, CDG, and Narita. And what I'm going to do is show a webcam that's currently running on my laptop here in Northern California with OBS providing the feed. Move this into the middle of the screen and take a quick snapshot in time. And so zooming in here, I can see my reference is 224.63 and my LA node is at 224.44. And just behind that is NRT, which is closer over in the Pacific here at 224.34. And then further out in time, just by 4 milliseconds, is 224.38 in CDG. So you can see they're all pretty much well in sync across the world. And so taking a look back at my demonstration windows here, I can actually see samples of some type of interactivity that I can do. So I could do messages across all the connected viewers, and it'll be synchronized. And similarly, if I have data objects such as a light count, and that's synchronized again across all viewers, and then let's say that gets updated during the course of the broadcast, you can see it update across all the viewers. And so that's just a really quick demonstration of Limelight real-time streaming. You can create your own solutions for real-time streaming using our available SDKs for both mobile and the desktop in HTML5. You can also find additional information at limelight.com/realtime-streaming, or please reach out and contact us at any of the methods below. Thank you for your time today.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We again are here with Steve Thorpe, VP of Video Platforms at Fox Corp. Steve, I got a question for you. Is there one major trend that you're seeing right now in the OTT and streaming sector that's really jumping out to you?
Sure. So yeah, honestly, it's so interesting how much COVID has impacted really everything that we do. So, I think the obvious answer here is just how much we're continuing to see trends and just the scale of viewing really accelerate and ramp up. I know it's maybe not the most interesting answer, but it is amazing how much traffic has actually grown here during this time when people are at home looking for entertainment. And so, as we're returning to the world of sports, that is really just growing like crazy.
Yeah.
And these users that are coming to the platform are coming in really looking for a broadcast-like experience, something that's high quality, low latency, and really just simply said, it just works. And so that's really, I think, the big trend that we're seeing this year is just how much the transformation is accelerating. And I think in addition to that, the other thing that looking just a little bit further down the road that I'm really excited about is the impact that online gaming is going to have to our digital platforms and how much that's just going to accelerate the trends that we're already seeing today. With the opportunity to, watch a stream, watch a game, and place a bet right on your mobile device or on your TV or on your laptop. I mean, this is going to be just a really powerful experience that just explodes the use of our digital products.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing it with Fox Bet, and sports betting is just going to explode exponentially once again coming in the next 12, 18 months. Steve, thanks, man. We're going to go to a few more tech tours, and we'll be back here to close things out with Steve in just a few minutes.
What are your challenges? If you're a Tier 1 sports league or network, perhaps it's creating shoulder, OTT, and social media content. Maybe you're a niche sport that wants to get coverage of your events to your dedicated fan base. You could be a sports channel looking to expand its customer base by diversifying the sports you cover with increased coverage of Tier 2 or Tier 3 sports. Or you're a sports team and want to broaden your fan engagement through dedicated social media channels and streaming content. Perhaps you're nothing to do with live sports, but heavily into live events, concerts, company announcements, or perhaps global product launches. If it's live, we're here to make it happen. These days, OTT streaming and social media channels are as important, and in some cases, more important than the live TV broadcast of a sport, announcement, or concert. These channels allow you to reach a wider audience, and crucially with social media, allows direct interaction with the fan base and consumers. Considered a low-quality option historically, cloud-based production has come of age, and it's important to explain what we mean. This isn't a clipping and publishing app. Mimic is a full production service that incorporates all the functionality you'd require to produce any live event. Live mixing, replay, audio balancing, graphics, and full audio control for comms and talkback that's crucial for the production team. At its heart is an application that allows production with up to 20 high-quality live streams, including VOD assets, integrated graphics control, and the ability to automate clipping using sports data feeds. Supporting this core functionality, there's a live stream clipping and editing function that incorporates video clip, GIFs, still image publishing, and restreaming. This is all controlled with the ability to set publishing authorizations for regions, destinations, and approvals. And if you need it, there's full integration with Adobe Premiere Pro for high-end editing and package creation. But the defining advantage of Mimic is that it's sitting on the Switch network, a dedicated TV transmission fiber network managed 24/7 by our 3 network operations centers in London, New York, and Los Angeles. With direct connections into AWS, we can support any region of the world and help our clients create the amazing content they've been waiting to produce. With our 30 years of producing some of the biggest sporting, entertainment, and enterprise events anywhere in the world, we know what goes into making great content. It could be the provision of on-site encoders for IP and bonded cellular contribution from a venue or location with no fiber, enabling athlete and influencer apps for direct social media publication, providing connectivity for the live TV broadcast, as well as all the connectivity for delivering OTT streaming content and direct connection for publishing to social media platforms. However you're looking to improve your media strategy, we've got you covered. And the best bit? You can do this all yourself, supported by our 24/7 network operations centers and our engineering teams. But if you only have the need for a turnkey service, we'll do everything for you. Produce, transmit, distribute, and publish your content. If you want to take your digital teams to the next level or move to a fully outsourced model, Mimic from the Switch gives you all the options you need to ensure you're delivering the best quality content possible to your audience.
Hi, welcome to Zixi, and I am Eric Bolton. Today we're going to talk about OTT and streaming and give you an update on what Zixi is and what Zixi has been doing over the past quarter to advance our software-defined video platform. Zixi's software-defined video platform is born of the cloud and designed for all kinds of IP use cases and workflows. We are used by the world's largest media companies and global broadcasters in support of OTT services, the service providers that underpin them, and the manufacturers within that. Zixi is used for live events and live linear distribution. We can be utilized over any IP network, any protocol, across all cloud providers, public, private, and hybrid, and from end to end, any edge device. Zixi is a comprehensive platform for live video delivery. Our software-defined platform is made up of 4 large components. In the red, you can see where we do our quality of transport management. We have the Zixi protocol, which is unique and has been pioneering broadcast over the open internet since the inception of the industry, and support numerous 17 other protocols, as Zixi is highly committed to interoperability. In the blue, you can see our media gateway, where the video solution stack outlines the processes that are utilized, as well as the ability to capture data and manage all of those layers below it in the quality of transport. Riding above this entire set of servers in the green is our control plane, ZenMaster. With the ZenMaster control plane, you can orchestrate on board provision systems to set them up, but you can also report, data visualize, and allow your operations teams and engineering teams to work in concert. These 3 things allow the Zixi-enabled network, our global ecosystem, to be utilized by OEM manufacturers, service providers, and the media companies themselves for the ultimate in flexibility in terms of solution choice and future-proofing your investment. So what is new in Zixi software? Well, Zixi's quality of transport with protocols and containers remains committed to all kinds of interoperability and performance. We have added now a total of 17 different protocols and reached version 14. We have NDI for production. We support different types of WebRTC for low latency monitoring. And all these pieces allow you to connect one system to any other system. In our video solution stack, this is where Zixi needs to handle all the different media processing, the variability of configurations, and allow you to do the data harvest. So we continue to advance our 4K transcoding. We can support bit rates of a single program up to 5 gigabits to ensure your efficiency and utilization of machine resources, and just keep adding all the different pieces that you will require on a performance and processing ability. And finally, ZenMaster as the control plane allows you to take that data harvest and present it in a visualized and data analytics fashion. It gives you better root cause analysis and allows you now to utilize better Media Connect, Google Cloud, see things in a geographic system where you're looking at local plants, regional functions, and global functions. Zixi continues to advance the cause so that people can get and understand what their ultimate quality of service, quality of transport, quality of content yields for the ultimate quality of experience. What's new in the Zixi-enabled network? Zixi is deeply in pilot productioning with Verizon and AWS on 5G. This is where any cloud-originated sources of content can go from an availability zone into an AWS wavelength zone that easily and quickly connects into the 5G network, which will be highly disruptive in terms of satellite replacement and allow media clients to have multiple options for very high bandwidth, very low latency applications for distribution across their entire affiliate base. Google and Zixi have continued to work very deeply together. We have a native integration with the Google Cloud Platform. This just allows the continuous breadth of cloud utilization on a ZenMaster and a Zixi platform level to give our clients who are using Google Cloud every day in production even more control and more options and more feature sets to enable their workflow. And finally, with our good friends at Fubo, Fubo has been acquiring and aggregating all kinds of contribution content from satellite, from fiber, all flowing through to its OTT digital distribution to support its viewership at the highest possible quality of experience for their end users. So we want to thank you for spending this time with us today. If you want to learn a little bit more, please go to www.zixi.com. If you'd like someone to give you a demo or contact you or ask a few extra questions, please go to sales@zixi.com. Again, Eric Bolton with Zixi, and thank you for watching.
All right, and we are back to close things out for this edition of SVG Summit Connect Tech Tours. I'm here with Steve Thorpe, VP of Video Platforms at Fox Corp. Steve, we're almost at the end of 2020, finally. God, it can't come fast enough. So I'm going to ask you, what's one big prediction that you got for 2021 within this area of the business?
Yeah, so for me, I think 2021 is the year that UHD and HDR really happens. You know, we're already doing a ton of experimentation, including doing the Super Bowl this past year in UHD HDR for the first time ever. We're already seeing 15% of our digital viewing happen in this format. And, you know, with all the trends happening, including the latest iPhones supporting HDR, you know, the Christmas and holiday selling season of, you know, just all the Black Friday deals and all the TVs that are going to be under a tree, and the investment that all of our production teams are making in, you know, HDR workflows, it feels like this is really the year where this, at least on a digital platform, we actually have the majority of our audience watching an HDR stream. It's an exciting transformation. You know, the quality of that picture is just so good. I just can't wait to get this out to our audience.
Yeah, well, we got a taste of it with the Super Bowl, like you said, and we've been hearing about it for years. I would not be surprised if you are right and 2021 is the year of UHD HDR. Fingers crossed, we hope so. But Steve, thanks so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it. And our best to the entire Fox Corp team. Please, you guys stay happy and healthy and have a happy new year.
Absolutely. You as well. Cheers.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ken Kirschbaumer. I'm the editorial director of the Sports Video Group, and welcome to the 2020 SVG Summit Connect Tech Tour for the audio category. So glad you joined us. We have 5 presentations from 5 of our top audio sponsors, Calrec Digico, Clearcom, Joseph Electronics, Shure, and the Telos Alliance. And before they get into their presentations, I spent a few minutes with 2 of our audio experts involved in the SVG community, Henry Rousseau, who is the ESPN Associate Director of Remote Production Operations, and Carl Malone, who is the NBC Sports and Olympics Audio Systems Engineering Designer. Both of them took some time out of their schedules to join us for a few minutes to discuss what's on their agenda with respect to the next generation audio products. So please welcome Henry and Carl. So our goal today was to kind of introduce the tech tour to talk with you both about some audio trends that you're seeing across the board, so relatively quickly. So for a few minutes. So Henry, let's have you start. What do you see as the big trends in audio product development in the last 6 months to a year?
Well, I was just joking before, if it starts with an I and ends in a P, for us, transport is probably the key equipment use that we're using today, primarily if it could be transported over IP and has the least amount of latency for our announce teams and for anything that has to do with control room, talkback, mix minuses, and things like that. That's probably the things that we're most concerned about. The other thing from maybe a broader audio standpoint is utilizing kind of existing equipment and actually just trying to have access to the areas that we used to have access to on a day-to-day basis. So, the normal truck arsenal is still in play for us right now because of our limited access on site. So it's quick in, quick out, and get the job done.
Gotcha. Yeah, Carl, so what are you seeing? I mean, obviously the Olympics, I guess, are hopefully going to be happening next year. I've heard the rumblings, at least. I got some internal communications from NBC regarding the Olympics. What's your sense as far as some of the audio trends you've been seeing and paying attention to?
Yeah, well, Henry's right. IP for sure is huge, and we've come such a long way, I think. And obviously very quickly, with the pandemic, as difficult as it has been, there's been a very steep learning curve, and everything that we've sort of learned very, very quickly and kind of shared among, certainly in audio, shared among each of the networks. I think, as Henry said, like remote access is huge. Having announcers at home, being able to deliver like fast audio to them and from them, and having their normal communication patterns, but then for them to have like a robust network at home. So not only having announcers at home and having them remote, but also like remote access to equipment. Can we get into a piece of equipment, into a console or into an audio playback device or a codec and configure it and use it as we would normally do we'd normally do it in our home production control room, or I wouldn't say home production control room, but our network production control room. And can we do that from home, for example? So yeah, remote access, and remote announcers, keeping them at home and being able to give them the same facilities.
Gotcha.
And I just might also add, Ken, I might just also add too that positions that we normally used to have on site, such as communication supervisors and things like that, those are now being done remotely as well. So making sure that as Carl said, having robust internet at your home in order to control that equipment, making that equipment accessible remotely, I think has been key to everybody.
And the communications with that as well, having robust communications, very fast, and just having either it be a panel, comms panel, for want of a better word, and just have the same sort of latency latency or just having that feel the same for producers or audio people who are at home.
Right. Well, last question for you both. I mean, obviously there's been a lot of movements with the next gen audio and 7.1 and Dolby Atmos and what have you. Has this whole pandemic kind of pushed those timelines out as far as the developing those workflows and best practices, or is that still on track to become a thing in 2023, 24?
Well,
I think, go ahead, Henry.
I was just going to say, from our standpoint, I mean, contractually, we're still under some obligations to provide Dolby Atmos to some of our vendors. But for the most part, we are just pretty much just keeping our heads above water right now. I think we're still developing, still testing. The labs have just moved from our engineering headquarters to people's basements. They've set up labs with equipment, and it actually it gives us probably more of a realistic testing, because we are in the home environment. So finding out what's coming off of your local cable box probably is more important than what's being done in a pristine lab.
Sure. Carl?
Yeah, we've been lucky enough to kind of maintain our, certainly as far as immersive audio 5.1.4, be able to do that on football and golf. And, you know, I guess I'm kind of surprised that we were able to kind of maintain that. It's not like we're breaking new ground. We're sort of doing what we've done before in previous seasons. And the audio part has never been a very big lift. It's been the 1080p HDR 4K, which is, you know, it's been the pictures that have been the heavy lift. So yeah, I'm hoping that we can continue that. You know, as Henry says, you know, a lot of us are still in the basement, so it's hard to invent. Well, it's not that hard to invent. Some things it's hard to invent, but you know, it's hard to get everybody, you know, involved in new ventures which have never been done before, unless it's, you know, COVID related and remote related.
Right. Excellent. Well, thanks guys for your time. Really appreciate it. Stay safe and healthy, and hopefully see you in 2021. Right.
Thanks,
Ken. Thanks, Ken. Thanks, Colin.
It's impossible to sum up 2020. It's been a really challenging year with lots of different things going on at Calrec. We've been really pushing the boundaries of how to help our customers and our client base, dealing with working remotely and dealing with different infrastructure changes as things go forward.
Despite not being able to get out and see people or go to trade events like the SVG Summit, we've spoken to many of our customers. It's been a year of accelerated change, and at the end of it, we've learned a lot about what we can make possible. It's been an opportunity to get more involved with our customers and to help them achieve more in a very restrictive environment.
So of course, the big news for 2020 is the shipment of the Impulse core. We've now started to ship this console back-end to a number of installations, both in studios and in OB trucks. The big news about Impulse is really related to SMPTE 2110 native connectivity. So Impulse can sit and be part of a SMPTE 2110 network. The other big part of Impulse is the new Bluefin 3 processing core, which is the largest single processing engine for audio mixing on the planet. It provides up to 4,000 channels, which can be split across multiple consoles, and also allows for different variable license to be put in, which gives customers an upgrade path as well.
Impulse also expands on our 3D immersive mixing capability for next generation audio applications. With the addition of height pan controls, immersive busing up to 7.1.4, and importantly down mixing built in as well. That's a big thing. Lately we've been talking to Dolby, who are central to the development of immersive sound for sports. Events like esports are embracing immersive for delivery to devices and enabled headphones. Impulse provides a practical implementation for immersive sound without having to worry about bus or channel counts.
Impulse is fully compliant with SMPTE 2110-30 and has built-in support for NMOS ISO 4 and ISO 5. NMOS is vital for creating your streams and controlling your IP flows. NMOS is a standardized protocol providing a discovery and advertisement over ISO 4 and connection management over ISO 5.
In fact, NMOS and 2110-30 support is built into all our IP-enabled equipment. Rob, can you tell us more about that?
Is that Peter from Mobile TV Group?
Hi guys, it's good to see you. What's new with Calrec?
Hey Peter, glad you asked. Over in the US, we've been talking to broadcasters about our Type R. Type R has the same SMPTE 2110 compliant features, the same built-in support for NMOS, and the same connectivity over COTS. That means it's compatible with lots of other third-party equipment, which many broadcasters will already own, like routers.
But how big is it? We don't always need a huge, large desk.
Well, like Impulse, Type R has scalable DSP packs and scalable surfaces. There are 3 hardware components which can be used in any configuration: a 6-fader panel, a large and small soft panel. Broadcasters can run multiple mixers from one core, and that core can be remote from the mix location. Operators don't even need hardware. It can be virtual. Type R panels can be plugged in remotely, and it also plays well with station automation systems, as well as CalRack Assist.
Okay, but what is Assist again?
Assist is a web-based UI which provides full control over console parameters from a Mac or PC and provides an easy way to work remotely.
While we're on the subject of remote working, hello Peter, it's good to see you. Remote working has been the headline for development this year. CalRack Assist has played a big part, and we've been working with PRG on mixing techniques with A1s, working in secure and managed locations. What's going on here, Steve?
Hey Chris, how you doing? So what we're doing here is a distributed production model, which has one of our Artemis consoles set up with us here in our shop in LA. And we have another Artemis set up with a production partner that we have in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And we are fully controlling that console from here in Los Angeles.
What's so special about working this way?
The advantage of doing it this way, you've got triple redundancy. So should the primary link go down, you can then log on using the CalRack Assist web GUI and still have control over that remote console. With us, it's in Tulsa. If both of those links go down, you still have local control over the console in Tulsa. So you're set no matter what. The cool thing is with remote, you have full control over faders, mics, EQ, routing, and a lot more in the console. So it's really comprehensive.
What about latency?
Lots of people obviously want to know about latency. Our test was done over open internet, so latency was a little variable. But on a dedicated line, we expect LA to New York to be maybe roughly around 50 milliseconds or so, which is really good for this purpose.
If you're looking for ways to protect your business through remote working,
or you want more information on CalRack's IP strategy,
or you just fancy a catch-up and a chat after all this time apart, please get in touch.
Welcome to the SVG Tech Tour. This year's SVG is focusing, as are we, on IP-based solutions for our customers to work in different kinds of ways. COVID has really changed everyone's workflow, and we have a lot of information for you about how many of our customers are using our technologies in a wide variety of different kinds of applications based on these IP solutions. Thanks again for your time. We look forward to you hearing the voices of our customers.
So my name is Jim Dugan. I'm the CEO of JetWave Wireless, and we have an office in DC, and we have an office in New York, and I'm in New York now. And we do a lot now also that's cloud-based. We have a whole cloud-based offering that's evolved over the last 12 months like everybody else, but it's riding heavy on the EHS frames and that sort of thing. So ClearComm's an integral part of JetWave. As COVID happened and remote work started, we were doing a lot of rentals with where we would integrate LQ and free speak, and a lot of it really, it was LQ sort of driven, where people wanted to connect sites and have comms at either end, different endpoints, different flavors of endpoints, from wireless to hardwired to panels, and LQ quickly just rose up as like the tool to solve those problems. At this point in my life, I realized the most important thing to me is connecting, right, with people, and it trumps all things. And so the fact that we're just connection animals and human beings, and the fact that we're just scrambling to try to create connection with each other, and that these tools are the tools that we have to do it.
Cool. Hey, my name is Oz. I'm running a company called Media Streamwave. So the simplicity of the whole infrastructure kind of got me into ClearComm more and more. And then when COVID hit, I'm not going to lie, I have not used Agent IC until June of this year. The coolest thing about this system is that because Agent IC is on the smartphone, suddenly this comm system is available that at any time, if the person is sitting in their car and they didn't know they were supposed to be on a call, or they can't be in their office, they can easily jump on this in their car through Bluetooth and be listening or participating in production. You can't even tell it's a virtual panel. I mean, it's as real time as you can imagine. So basically, when a client comes to you and says, "Hey, we want to use an Agent IC system," you know there's something there.
My name is Brady Balabi. I'm with Sound and Vision Entertainment, SAV. We've been approached with some interesting requests and challenges given the current situation in the pandemic. Agent IC enabled us to execute some of these large jobs like NFL draft and have people work from home or while they're out walking their dog, whatever. Clients have come to us with the challenge of using remote IP comms, and other manufacturers, they do it, but it's very clunky and it's not intuitive for the end user. We employed a large ClearComm system for the US Open Golf tournament as well. The great thing about Agent IC is that with a small one sheet and a download, we have people online immediately, and there's no issues with connectivity or people losing connectivity like some of the competitors out there are experiencing.
Hi, my name is Sid Farbstein. I'm the Senior Vice President here at Bill Young Productions. We're a 35-year-old organization that lives in a couple of different worlds. We live in the music and entertainment space, as well as producing content and unique creative solutions for corporate America. We are loving the IP version of ClearComm, and I think it'll be the way we do business now in the future.
Hello, my name is Bo Monahan. I'm the Director of Technology at Show Imaging in Vista, California. In early May, we had to transform almost overnight, but now IP-based comm is the only way to get everyone together to produce our shows. ClearComm really paved the way for Show Imaging to deliver very successful multi-city virtual events for thousands of attendees by providing an easy and clear way to communicate around the globe.
I'm Sean McCluskey. I'm the National Remote and Production Manager at Ross Production Services. We've been using ClearComm for quite a while. We had it in a few trucks, something we've had in a few of our trucks since the beginning. So something we've always looked to use. It's been a great partnership between us and ClearComm. Yeah, with Agent IC and the other IP infrastructure that we've been using through ClearComm, it's been integral in everything that we've done. We would not be able to do what we are currently doing without it. You know, the communication's just been great. You know, people have really come to liking it, and the ease of use on the user end and also on our end has been fantastic.
So thanks for joining us today on our overview of how our customers are using our IP solutions to talk to each other. We look forward to sharing more information with you again through all the normal channels.
Hello, fellow SVG members. It's Ben with Shure. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us today. In this short video, we'll be discussing the new exciting collaboration between Quantum 5X Systems, Q5X, and Shure, featuring the latest cutting-edge wireless technology designed for sports. I feel that most users in this group are familiar with Q5X's existing ultra-portable transmitters. However, if you're new to their product line, Q5X transmitters are widely used in many sports audio applications due to their small size and unique feature set. You can find Q5X transmitters sewed into players' jerseys, hidden as plant mics in cups on the green, or perhaps on a surfing video shoot due to some models being completely submersible. I imagine many watching this video have used these same Q5X transmitters in fun and unique ways with NBA, MLB, NHL, CFL, WNBA, or with our partners ESPN, CBS, ABC, NBC, Fox Sports, and more. Historically, Q5X transmitters were used with analog receivers such as Shure UHF-R series and others. With UHF-R now discontinued and digital systems being proprietary, there was an urgent need for Q5X to take these transmitters digital. This move allows the users of Q5X to enjoy the benefits only digital wireless can provide. Channel density, sound quality, and enhanced reliability are just some of the features where digital wireless reigns supreme over their analog counterparts. Shure's engineering team worked hard to develop an ultra-small PCB assembly to be used in Q5X's mechanical housings. Essentially, the DNA of Axient digital transmitters is now inside of Q5X housings. This resulted in the addition of several new transmitters which are compatible with the popular Shure Axient digital ecosystem. Each of these new Q5X transmitters is familiar in outward appearance, but bristling with the latest Axient digital technology inside. The first transmitters in the lineup are the Player Mic series. These flexible wearable transmitters are designed to be worn close to the body and are typically placed in a sewn pocket in a player's jersey. There are two versions, a short and a long, with the main difference being more runtime with the longer version due to having a larger internal battery. Runtime is 4 hours and 8 hours respectively. Player mics feature a rubberized coating, a detached 1-pin LEMO jack for safety, and are slightly bendable in the middle. These transmitters are the only ones available that are certified by major sporting organizations to be safe for their players in the event they fall on one during play, hence why the jack is removed from the body of the transmitter itself and extended a little bit out. The second transmitter is the Aquamic series. Just like the name implies, these transmitters are designed for water applications and are completely submersible up to 10 meters. Aquamic also has the benefit of having the longest runtime in the series with up to 14 hours. The waterproof 6-pin LEMO connector allows for not only microphone connectivity, but also for USB throughput. Q5X is also known for their Mic Commander remote control technology, which allows for complete wireless control of Q5X transmitters. Using the 2.4 GHz band, Mic Commander is now upgraded to version 2 to set and control these new Axient digital compatible transmitters. Mic Commander is useful for many things, such as putting transmitters to sleep to save battery, changing frequencies, changing audio settings, and more. Shure will distribute and sell both versions of the Player Mic, the short and the long, as well as two versions of the Aquamic, the regular and long life, along with the Mic Commander. Other popular variants such as the Coach Mic, Incognito, and other models may be ordered from Q5X directly or via their dealer network. For more information regarding the new Q5X Axient digital compatible transmitters, please feel free to reach out to me directly or the Shure and Q5X team. I'm looking forward to seeing where Axient digital and Q5X will be used in your next sporting application.
Hi, I'm Larry Schindel. I'm a product manager with Linear Acoustic, and we're part of the Telos Alliance. Today, I'd like to introduce you to ATSC 3.0. Now, ATSC 3.0 is going to be able to deliver a much more cinematic experience to you and your viewers. So really, what better place to introduce you to it from than an actual theater? Let's go take a look at what ATSC 3.0 is. ATSC 3.0 is the next generation TV standard for the US, South Korea, and potentially other countries. It's being marketed under the brand name of Next Gen TV. So when you go into Best Buy to look for a TV or some other decoder or set-top box, look for that Next Gen TV logo, and you'll know that that's an ATSC3 receiver. ATSC3 is built on the same Internet Protocol backbone as today's popular streaming media platforms. So ATSC3 is more than just broadcast television. This can go to mobile devices, cars, gaming consoles, tablets, etc. And it's really designed to bring together the over-the-air transmission along with over-the-top content. This means it can support hybrid delivery methods, such as primary signal coming over the air and additional content or information being streamed across the internet. On the audio side of things, ATSC 3.0 takes advantage of something that we call next-generation audio. Next-generation audio includes a lot of new features and functions that will be very useful going forward. Linear Acoustic offers 3 products for next-generation audio workflows. The first one is the LA5300. This is a Dolby AC4 encoder for ATSC3 workflows. It can also encode Dolby Digital or Dolby Digital Plus for your existing ATSC1 or other MVPD delivered services. It also includes real-time loudness control, options for Nielsen and Variance watermarking. It also supports up to 4 processing instances, so you can encode your audio services for your ATSC3, your ATSC1, and your other delivery requirements all simultaneously. It supports 3 gig SDI, along with 10 channels of AES-3 and AES-67 in support of SMPTE 2110-30 and 31. There are also options for a MADI card or to bring the SDI up to Quad-Link 3G for UHD workflows. The next unit is the LA5291, and this is a Dolby Atmos encoder. When you're delivering Dolby Atmos via Dolby Digital Plus with JOC information instead of Dolby AC4. This unit can encode Dolby Digital Plus JOC from PCM or transcode Dolby ED2 into Dolby Digital Plus JOC. It can encode Dolby ED2 out at the venue to deliver to your broadcast center, and at the broadcast center decode that ED2 stream into PCM or transcode it right into Dolby Digital Plus JOC for delivery to the final viewer. We also offer upmixing in a standalone unit called the UpMax ISC. This unit is capable of accepting a stereo or a 5.1 input signal and upmixing that to an immersive audio source, such as 5.1+4. Or if you're using surround sound, it can upmix stereo to 5.1 as well. This unit only deals with PCM audio, so there is no support for encoded audio such as Dolby Digital Plus or Dolby AC4. The latency is low enough that you can use this in a live production. So this can be inserted on a mixing console to upmix bumper music and effects and legacy pieces to immersive audio, or this can sit in your air chain at the broadcast center and upmix interstitials and advertisements that are not produced natively in immersive audio. It will automatically sense when it's receiving an immersive audio input, and it will automatically do the right thing. So if it's receiving an immersive audio input, it will pass that through without processing with the same latency so that your AV sync is not affected. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us if you have questions or if we can offer guidance or assistance on any questions that you might have. Thanks for watching.
Okay, well, that wraps up today's audio tech tour. So thanks again for joining us. And please, of course, be sure to visit all of our sponsors online: Calrec Digico, Clearcom, Joseph Electronics, Shure, Telos Alliance. Be sure to reach out to them through the SVG SUMMIT Connect tool, which is a great way to reach out to people. And also, of course, if you schedule 3 meetings with some of our sponsors, SVG will donate $100 to the SVG Sports Broadcasting Fund. Thanks again for your time, and we'll see you soon. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the SVG Tech Tour for Infrastructure Products. This is Part A. There is also a Part B, so be sure to check those out. Part A features EVS, Imagine Communications, Lavo, Nevion, and Riedel, while Part B features Adder, IHSC, USA, MarkerTech, and Vitech. Before we get into the conversation, I had a chance to the presentations. I had a chance to talk with Mike Francis, CBS Sports VP of Remote Engineering, about the infrastructure products. So please welcome Mike Francis. Mr. Francis, good to see you as always. How are things in CBS land? I know it's been a challenging time with the football, and you got some college hoops. So how are things going so far?
Things have been, going as well as can be expected. It's obviously very fluid and feels like a moving target at times, but we've learned a lot, as I'm sure everyone has, over these last several months, and have put some practices and technologies in place to allow us to be more agile in these situations. And so far, we're staying on the air, and our product is looking as good as ever, in my opinion. So I think it's been quite a ride. Everyone's very busy, but we're all happy to be busy.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're here to discuss infrastructure products, which are not the sexiest, from the outside of product areas. You're talking routers, encoders, decoders, and all the sort of the bits and pieces that play a really big part, obviously, in the industry. But what's your sense as far as, to me, the developments of the last 2 or 3 years with respect to IP and all these products, without the developments that have been going on, what you guys are pulling off every week, what everybody's pulling off every week, would just be almost impossible, right? I mean, so what's your take on the infrastructure product lines and where they're at right now?
Sure. I think obviously the continuous transition to IP has probably been accelerated in a lot of ways, although we were pretty far down the road pre-pandemic, starting to see things, natively IP from edge to routing infrastructure, which is exciting and something a lot of us have been looking forward to. People like me do get excited about this stuff, by the way. And there's so I think that process is continuing to develop, and we're seeing replay and switchers and even starting to see cameras that are natively connecting IP now, and bringing the whole ecosystem into one network, essentially. So I think that has continued and has matured and is getting better and better each year. And with each deployment we see out in the mobile units, we're seeing a lot of the efficiencies come to fruition that we had been talking about for years. Where I think things are pivoting a little bit is the nature of distributed production and how infrastructure plays a role there. So SMPTE 2110 has been the target for acquisition, as it should be. It's uncompressed. It's no latency. Similar working environments as we've always had with SDI. But now when we're trying to spread people out, not necessarily on premise, but all around the world in some situations, that's going to require a level of encoding, and the encodings also come a long way. And how those two merge in a more seamless fashion, I think, is probably the next level we're going to see. How we get from a 2110 environment to a more lower bandwidth requirement friendly edge, where people are either on public internet at home or back at a broadcast center somewhere. But either way, when you talk about moving the level of signals, especially as we get into the 3 gigabit world, where it's going to take 3 gigabit of data to move a camera, one camera uncompressed, that bandwidth doesn't exist, right. At least at our venues here in the States. So I think how those technologies merge, how we stay IP from 2110 all the way to an H.264, H.265, SRT, WebRTC, whatever your edge transport ends up being, to get more and more signals, whether it's monitoring or contribution, to the endpoints, I think is probably the next step we're going to see, infrastructure manufacturers start paying attention to and prioritizing. I think, like I said, I think things have really come a long way, and it's been a lot of really smart people setting these standards and practices. And, I think they're going to continue to evolve, but I also think, the lessons of the pandemic will help shape, how this moves forward.
Okay, thanks again, Mike. And by the way, again, this is Tour A. So upcoming, we have EVS, Imagine Communications, Lavo, Nevion, and Riedel. And again, for Tour B, be sure to check that out as well. We have Adder, IHSE USA, and Marketech and Vitech. So with that said, let's kick things off with EVS. Enjoy.
Take a moment and imagine your production without any barriers. Imagine you're at the controls of technology that can power your most ambitious creative and business objectives. We call it Cerebrum. Are you wasting time coordinating various people to get one job done? For example, having to call an engineer to change a label on a UMD or to add someone to your talkback panel. Imagine you could have it all right under your fingertips and get your job done within a single panel. Imagine automating actions to save time, improving production results, like sending a text message when specific alarms trigger. Switch to a backup input if black is detected, or color the lights in your truck when the race starts. Cerebrum empowers you with total unified control. Everything under one umbrella system. Whether it's your routers, your intercom, tallies and UMDs, your multi-viewers, glue, camera shaders, or your replay servers. Cerebrum lets you monitor and control all of these devices via one system. Are the devices in your workflow isolated into control islands? Maybe your multi-viewer doesn't know about a video freeze detected by your UHD converter. Well, with Cerebrum, you can automatically have your multi-viewer change the border to red and have your UMD say freeze detected, enabling your engineers to quickly focus on solving the problem rather than wasting time finding it. With unified control, you can now imagine streamlining your workflow, simplifying it to satisfy your drive to do more with less and outpace your competition. And you can count on the support of our flexible business models to get you there. Here's an example of a simplified workflow. Before Cerebrum, Big Brother had 3 operators working the audio mixing desk. One for sliders, one calling out names and their channel numbers, and one person monitoring the audio quality and calling out adjustments. With this Cerebrum panel, the task is as simple as clicking on an actor and tuning the level up or down, which a single operator can do, and with better results than the previous 3. We also support your business with simple and flexible licensing. For example, licenses for device drivers are kept generic, so you can swap devices in and out of your system, regardless of make or model, without needing to talk to our sales team. Want to use a different camera model on any given day? No problem. You won't have to come to us for additional licenses or drivers. Cerebrum natively supports over 200 APIs and protocols. If your device protocol is not yet implemented, we will add it for free. Cerebrum can also control and monitor devices via SNMP. Now, besides integrating with conventional SDI routers, tallies, UMDs, sources, destination mnemonics, categories, and tie lines, Cerebrum is also fully capable of managing IP infrastructures, using, for instance, NMOS ISO 4 and ISO 5. With the addition of the IP core license and IP flow orchestrator, Cerebrum also becomes your infrastructure's software-defined network controller. Like this IP-based 4K OB truck from NEP, the leading world provider of OB and broadcast facilities. Their trucks rely on Cerebrum to control and monitor all their equipment. NEP has invested a lot in the latest IP technologies to work smarter and keep it at the top of its game. It needed an open control and monitoring solution capable of managing and adapting to these complex technology layers to deliver a reliable, seamless, and easy-to-use workflow. It was critical that NEP had the flexibility to reconfigure a system at speed, scale up and down as required, and enable some productions to be run by a single engineer with ease. This helps keep their services cost-effective. Instead of fighting with simple tasks made difficult by unintuitive and cumbersome control applications, operators can view and manage the entire workflow with ease through Cerebrum's user-friendly interfaces and simple push-button controls. The crew can quickly pre-configure systems to meet the requirements of the next project. This significantly reduces turnaround times to get the OB back on the road, saving both time, money, and enabling them to do more productions. Whether your operations are local, global, or remote in scope, Cerebrum is the cost-effective solution to power your most ambitious creative and business objectives. It enables customers, like NEP, adapt to new technologies, scale their productions, all while maintaining full and effective control. Would you like to learn more? Message me.
Hey, thanks for stopping by Imagine Communications today. I'm John Myatt. I'm here with Cassidy Phillips. We're here to talk about what's going on in the live production world. We've invested a lot of time and effort the last couple of years in UHD and HDR and 2110 IP stuff. And you'll see it in everything we do as a company. Everything we do is about flexible approaches to whatever life throws at you. And so we've applied these technologies across a whole range of projects over the last couple of years. Cassidy, can you remind us about a few?
Yeah, that's a great point, John. We've done distributed campuses where they have maybe an SDI core and they're using IP to optimize the links between multiple venues to make it all feel like one big router under our Magellan SDNO. But we've also done professional arenas and professional stadiums where from one night it could be a concert to the next night there's a sporting event, and they're changing completely how they're producing the show on a COTS-based infrastructure. Or maybe they're even mixing in compressed workflows and legacy SDI workflows all under one control panel. So one of the keys, in addition to that control system, making it feel like one big router and maybe even enabling remote workflows for people who need to operate from home, has also been the Selenium network processor to deal with all these different media types and formats.
Yep. So, as a company, we've made our trade on processors and signal converters forever. And it used to be that you made a frame with a bunch of little tiny cards, and each card did a different thing, and you had a giant basket full of cards. Well, that's just not how the world works anymore. So instead, what we do now is we make these very flexible appliance products that then you software key into whatever you need for that show. So you can have a show that's UHD and you need a lot of UHD converters, but then the next night you're doing a 1080i show and really you need more multi-viewers because you got a lot more cameras going on. Well, you can just change around the keys and turn it into this or that depending on what life throws at you that day. And that's true whether you're in a truck or whether you're in a remote or whether you're in a venue. So this has rippled into the product, right? So a lot of our focus has been on more and more different personalities to go into this flexible fabric.
One of the really cool things is that people who deployed a Selenium network processor in 2018 to support a UHD workflow or to do some HDR conversion of some kind, they were also able to add something new like the multi-viewer personality when we rolled that out. And they had these Selenium network processors and racks with cables locked on and everything, and they didn't have to change anything about their physical setup. They just put a new personality on that SNP in the field.
Yep, we definitely had projects where people started out just needing, gateways because they had a lot of SDI stuff. And then later, as that SDI stuff became 2110, they've repurposed those SNPs to be multi-viewers, converters, or all kinds of other things. Now, SNP is a platform, and we keep introducing new personalities. So 2021 is going to be a really interesting year to watch what we do. We've got at least 4 different new personalities lined up to roll out into the SNP through the year.
Tell us a little more about how that Selenium network processor multi-viewer is optimized for live production.
Oh, well, that's the whole trick, right? Is that live production is a human-oriented thing where the operations team is part of the production. So it's a very low latency multi-viewer. But more importantly, it also manages HDR in the multi-viewer. So you can combine HDR and SDR signals into one canvas, and that canvas can be HDR or SDR. So different operating positions can see the thing they need to see and do their job tailored to what their really workflow is for that event.
So speaking of the ability of people to see what's happening in their system and understand and operate the system as they expect, we've gone to great lengths to make sure that Magellan SDNO makes that routing system feel the way that people expect a router to feel, with that same destination source take behavior that they've become familiar with for years. So an operator could work one event at one venue and then go down the street and work at one of our venues and not have to learn everything about SMPTE 2110, for example. But one of the other cool tools that we have is PathView, right, John?
Oh yeah, PathView is really important because in the old days, you built a facility, you got a bunch of as-built drawings, they hung in a binder on the wall, and if you needed to figure out what was going where, you just pull up those drawings, you trace the wire, and you got a patch panel, and you're all set. Well, IP isn't that way, right? Everything's connected to the switches. PathView is effectively a virtual wiring diagram that shows you a live view of what's connected to what and what's feeding what in a signal plane right now. And it does things you could never do on paper because it shows you the breakaways of the audio, it shows you what's going to where, it shows you virtual reentries and how those affect the workflow, all the stuff you need to trace out what's happening. And it makes these live diagrams that are then operationally useful. You can put that up in a corner on your multi-viewer or on your desk, and as you switch the show, you see all the lines change, and it shows what's really happening.
So thank you for coming by the Imagine virtual booth, and we look forward to speaking with you about whatever your workflow needs might be and talking about system design with you.
Have a great rest of your day.
Our goal was to remain within a broadcast framework and to use the most universal uncompressed broadcast format on the market. The ST2110 suite of open standards seemed like an obvious choice.
Both trucks are actually completely identical, but we gave them different ranges of IP addresses and multicast addresses. And that is necessary actually to hook them up in the future and to be able to interconnect both trucks in a bigger environment.
We tried to use the resources inside the truck as much as possible.
It's really a full IP environment.
As far as we are concerned, this has been a revolutionary project. This new platform is far more powerful than the equipment we have worked with so far.
I think it is safe to say that our workflows have become a lot easier thanks to the VSM control layer.
In the truck we installed the VSM control system, Lauwels Virtual Studio Manager, which is controlling the complete infrastructure. It's therefore really the heart of the whole truck. The user interface which we created in the VSM software was custom designed. In the end it's developed into a full integrated system. Now of course we have the pieces of hardware, like you can see here. We have the Lawo MC256 audio console. We have on the video part the vMatrix platform, which is handling all of the audio and video signals in the truck.
As far as vMatrix is concerned, and I cannot stress this enough, we're impressed by its versatility and the fact that we now have a solution that allows us to adapt the feature set to the job at hand. We can configure the resources we need for specific production types. This boundless flexibility really appealed to us.
The whole truck is based on open standards. We use for the video SMPTE 2110-20. Clocking, of course, mandatory, is running on PTP 2110-10. And then for the audio part, that's quite unique. We use 2110-30, being a 24-bit audio stream, and 2110-31, being a 32-bit audio stream. And we use all of that combined in the truck. All of the connectivity to the video switcher is also done on 2110, so it's fully IP. All of the streams going towards the Sony switcher are controlled with VSM using NMOS as a basic protocol. For the external connectivity towards the truck, we have a whole family of stage boxes. On one side, we have the video story, the video stage boxes based on the vMatrix platform that gives a flexible connectivity of 20 SDI connections which can be used as inputs or outputs. In the same video stage box, we provided also the AMIC 8, which is one of our smallest audio stage boxes. On the other side, we have the audio stage boxes based on the power core with 24 mic preamps, some line outputs, AES-3 in and outputs, some MADI connectivity with sample rate conversion, and also some local Dante connectivity. On top of that, we also provided a DALIS stage box with a dynamic range of going up to 128 dB. All of the multi-viewers which you see in the truck are based on the vMatrix platform and are configured with a DMV. The physical size of the whole system, it fits in 12 rack units of equipment.
The RTBF twins are very flexible because you can get anything in and anything out. If you want it to be on the internet, you take the streamer output. If you want it to be recorded, you record it. If you want it to satellite over SDI or over 702110, it doesn't matter. It will always be able to deliver a signal.
The new toolset will allow RTBF to navigate its technological revolution. And yes, we are all very proud and also amazed at the end result, which goes beyond what we had imagined at the onset of the project.
The OB twins are the first building blocks of our Media Square project. The IP technology they use and RTBF's desire to transition towards future-proof technology will allow us to work on an abstract level that is independent from the formats we use.
Hello, my name is Dion Lecointe. I am the head of IP technology for Sony's Imaging and Professional Solutions of Americas division. Last year, we announced a powerful partnership with Nevion, a worldwide leader in real-time IP media networks and virtualization. With SIMT 2110 now fully integrated into our products, we are broadening IP effectiveness with control and orchestration software for facilities and across enterprises. The platform enables our customers to create shared production environments, build dynamically scaled networks, automate production workflows, schedule resources and services, and flexibly use resource pools, really virtualizing those resources on demand. The platform also enables a number of powerful optimized workflows driven by IP. They include remote production, which has already been in place for a number of years, in-facility shared production, inter-facility shared production, and shared production amongst OB vans. Let's walk through these in the next few slides. Remote production, or REMI, is a workflow that has already been in use for a number of years by content producers. It allows for fewer production staff to be needed on-site at the remote location, and it also allows for production staff at master control or your broadcast facility to produce more than one event or show on the same day without the need for travel. A great example of a solution in Sony's portfolio is the new HDCE TX30. This solution offers the ability to create SIMT 2110 or NMOS connections directly at the camera head with or without the need of a CCU. By connecting this solution to a camera head via a SIMT fiber cable, you're able to get all of your traditional camera signals in a SIMT 2110 stream that you can directly connect to the network. In-facility shared production is really allowing studios and control rooms to share production equipment that is within a single facility. It allows you to have more effective and efficient use of those production resources. For example, utilizing a production switcher that is traditionally dark throughout the day for REMI in the afternoon when it's not being used. It can allow for changing the combinations between control rooms and studios by utilizing the live element orchestrator or the facility management layer in the end-to-end platform. Shared production amongst OB vans has long been the holy grail of mobile production. Imagine having a home and away truck from two mobile production truck providers with different IP networks connecting to each other using a single network via SDN, and now able to share camera chains, high frame rate streams, and able to share production resources to put on a large sporting or live entertainment event. And then there's inter-facility shared production, connecting multiple production facilities in IP so that they can share production resources across an enterprise LAN or enterprise WAN. Imagine a production switcher stationed in Los Angeles being used to run a show in New York during the morning show hours, and then dynamically being reallocated to the Los Angeles facility in the afternoon. The same can be done for graphics. The same can be done for replay, all by virtue of IP and a networked dynamically controlled by SDN, and your production resources dynamically controlled by facility management, allowing you to book a resource very much in the same way you would book a conference room in your own office. We are very proud to say that any product in our live production portfolio is SMPTE 2110 ready. We're also very proud to say that they support the latest interoperability standards from ANWA, NMOS ISO 4, and ISO 5 through the Joint Task Force on Networked Media. IP really represents a transformative change for the media and entertainment market. If you are considering building a new facility or retrofitting your existing production facility, you should absolutely be considering IP. And hopefully you are also considering reaching out to Sony to help guide you through your transition process into an IP facility. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello everyone, my name is Renaud Lavoie. I'm pleased to be here with you today, virtually speaking. The North America team asked me to give you an overview of what was Embryonics product and what are now the MediaNet IP products. So let's start with the beginning. At the beginning, we started in the SFP form factor. The goal when IP come on board was to really take this SFP, plug it in a switch, and enable you to go from an SDI to an IP, and always in miniaturization. So you minimize the cost, you minimize the weight, you minimize the failure block, and of course you minimize the price per gateway, per port. So let's go back in 2016 now. In 2016, for a big world event, the broadcaster asked us to do a box to go behind a monitor. So we created the Fusion. So the Fusion tree, it's really simple. It's a tree cage, so you have two redundant network and you have one output or two outputs. The Fusion 6 box came after, and the goal was to give you more IOs, so optimizing the network IP path. So those are the two boxes that we created after. And then came the all IP processing. So the goal is to create a new one. So this small guy, as you can see, there's no more IOs. And this small guy enable you to really fix the problem like, oh, I need an up-down cross. Oh, I need a multi-viewer. Believe it or not, there's a 16 image multi-viewer in there. Let's say you're missing some space in your studio or your OB van or in a remote facility. So then you use this guy and you can do a multi-viewer full IP. So there's no more IOs. And to give you more power and more processing, we created the Virtue. The Virtue, it's basically a hub. It's a passive hub, a passive connection that you can plug up to 32 of these guys to create up to 64, let's say JPEG XS codec. So you can have encode or decode 64 channel, and they're microservices based. So you don't, if you lose the power of one, you don't lose your entire 64, which is the really key there for us. So to provide you with functionality, but also to provide you a minimal failure block. So if there's anything goes wrong, you don't lose all your 64 channels. So to summarize, we started with the SFP, the gateway first, and then we go with the Fusion boxes, and then we go with the new one that do processing. Oh, by the way, it's the same processing core for gateway or this one without IOs. So you can reuse your code in both, no problem there. And then to give you more processing power, we created the Virtue. So I hope this was informative. And for more use cases, please visit readall.net and we'll put more use cases there. Thank you very much for watching. I'm Renaud Lavoie with Readall Communication. Thanks a lot.
Okay, and thanks again to Mike Francis, EVS, Imagine Communications, Lavo, Nevion, and Readall for those great presentations. Obviously, be sure to check out Part B with Adder, IHSC USA, MarkerTech, and Vitech. And great to see you all, and hope to see you all soon. And be sure to check out all the other tech tours as well as time permits. So thanks again for joining us, and see you all soon. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the SVG Tech Tour Infrastructure Products Part B. This one features Adder, IHSC USA, MarkerTech, and Vitech. There's also a Tour A that features EVS, Imagine Communications, Lavo, Nevion, and Readall. So be sure to check out Part A and Part B, both of them together. This is Part B. So before we get started, I did have a chance to talk with Mike Francis, CBS Sports VP of Remote Engineering, about infrastructure products, especially the future as we look to a cloud, virtualized hardware environment. So please welcome Mike Francis. The other topic that we want to discuss is this whole move to cloud-based production and virtualizing a lot of these systems. Where do you know, some of them are virtualized right now, right? They are software-based. So what's your sense on the hardware-based future, cloud-based production? Are you comfortable with that? Do you think it's heading in the right direction?
I'm certainly comfortable with the, you know, the future use of it, whether it's, you know, there now is obviously a different discussion. You know, it is at some level, and the platforms are going to mature and improve. And, you know, one thing we've learned quite a bit, you know, about cloud implementation is it's quite complicated. You know, even for things that are kind of the base level, such as media management or post-production, you know, getting the cloud integration set up is basically a full-time job in itself, much less, you know, when we're talking about, you know, full, you know, production acquisition where you have multi-cameras from multi-locations being switched in the cloud with layered graphics, you know, playback or replay as it may be. I think that is going to take a lot of development on the interface to and from the cloud. And, you know, it's not plug and play right now, but, you know, the first level of it is out there. It's working. We've seen it. We use some of it. And I really do see it having a very important future in our business.
Right.
It'll help us, you know, be more efficient in a lot of ways, whether it's travel or, you know, able to, you know, utilize multiple people and multiple shows in the same week, things of that nature. I think are all going to be benefits that we'll gain once, you know, this is more baked and more, you know, ready to go.
Right, right. So when you look at a future where, you know, hopefully more 4K, more HDR, maybe even 8K, more frames, does that make the cloud more attractive, or does it make it more, does it push it further away? And
you know, I think it's both. It depends, you know, because obviously everything you talked about is going to require bandwidth and or compression. But the processing of those tools, those production tools that deal with that, also requires, you know, some heavy processing, which there's a lot of benefit of being able to spin up that processing in the cloud and not needing the level of on-premise server infrastructure to do things like that. So I think it'll come down to you know, a balance between available connectivity and, you know, the right compression codecs that can get us those higher resolution, higher frame rate, you know, systems out, you know, with, you know, not needing, you know, gigs and gigs of bandwidth to do so. So, you know, I think there'll be a balance that has to be met there. And, you know, I assume that's where, you know, everyone's working towards right now.
Right. But everybody's falling in love with uncompressed. So see there, it's just like,
I mean, we always have been. It's always been our kind of our mantra in the acquisition world is, you know, we're uncompressed. Everything, you know, everything that somebody involved in the production is dealing with is uncompressed, you know, low latency, no latency, I should say. And then, you know, compression happens at the distribution side. I think, you know, a lot of us are on the you know, network side and the distributor sides are going to be rethinking a lot of that.
Right.
You know, and a lot of the compression is getting better. So, I mean, you can sit in front of a compressed signal and not feel like you're sitting in front of a compressed signal in a lot of cases these days.
Right, exactly. Well, thanks, Mike, so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And see you soon somewhere.
No problem. Thanks, Ken.
Hi everybody, welcome to Ada Technologies Tech Tour at this year's SVG Summit. I'm Laura Robinson, Marketing Manager at Ada, and I'm joined today by Mike Bilbo, Assistant Athletic Director, Digital and Production at the University of Georgia, and Vic Jimenez, Sales Manager at Ada. So today we're just going to have a brief chat really around some of the benefits and the advantages of IP KVM and how they have kind of positively impacted Mike's business and how also they can positively impact your business too. So firstly, Mike and Vic, thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
So we'll kick off today with a first question, I guess, really, directed at Mike, obviously, but also Vic, with how you see it affecting other businesses. But how has IP KVM positively impacted your business over the years, Mike?
Well, you know, we're an educational institution first, but we also have a very well-known athletic department, and we are producing quite a bit of content out of our 3 control rooms that we have in Sanford Stadium, which is our football stadium. And but I only have 1 engineer, so he can get pulled in a lot of different directions on a game day. For instance, this past Saturday, we were producing the television broadcast of the football game for ESPN. We were doing another large broadcast of a video board, and then we were doing a 3rd second screen event that was going out on Facebook. And that's 3 control rooms that 1 engineer kind of had to keep track of. So when things need to be routed, when things need to be, the monitor walls need to be adjusted, you've got sources coming in and out, rather than have Rick run back and forth to 3 different rooms and 1 central core, he's able to kind of sit at one desk and make all those changes remotely over the IP KVM. And it really, you know, I think it saves him a lot of wear and tear in his knees and legs, but it also, it's a lot quicker and it's a lot more responsive. When a change needs to be made, he's able to do it instead of, well, I've got to go to this machine. Okay, now I've got to walk over here to this machine. It's just a very simple way to do a lot with maybe not a lot of staffing. And, you know, we're a pretty lean machine as far as staffing. We don't have a big head count, and it really helps us get our job done in the most efficient way possible.
And one thing that we did do with you recently, Mike, was, you know, because it's an IP-based system, you were easily able to add additional targets and workstations and grow your matrix to add, you know, that 2nd control room, and then some of your external video or scoreboard related items as well.
Yeah, that's correct. We started with kind of a TV room that started on Adder, and then we extended it to the video board room, and then a 2nd smaller video board room. And it was basically plug and play at that point. You know, you went from looking at this big daunting KVM thing where you're having to string all these extra cables and, you know, all these, but the KVM, the IP side of it made it so much simpler to add stuff in. And I mean, we were up and running within a day, and that was really amazing because I expected it to be longer, to be quite honest.
Great. So you've kind of touched on it there, but what was it really about the IP side of KVM that attracted you to kind of
Well, I had experience at a previous job with a hardwired KVM, a 1-to-1 KVM, and while people will say it's simpler, or there's not a lot that can fail, it's been my experience that there is a lot that can fail, and there are times where you get a box that gets stuck, or you've made a change and the change doesn't take. And our experience with moving to KVM is it gave us, with moving to IP, was it made us more nimble. We weren't locked into doing it in a certain way. We could look at doing other things, and it also gave us basically an infinite amount of, I wouldn't say infinite, but a great deal of expansion room. And we did not have to forklift out the old KVM and bring in a new KVM. We're just plugging and playing boxes at that point. And it gives us the ability to, we went from just doing video board shows 10 years ago to now we're producing national television broadcasts. So I can only imagine what the next 10 years are going to be like, and we've got to be prepared for that. And I think that an IP-based KVM really sets us up well for the future.
No, it's great. It's really, really great to hear. So thanks very much, guys. Hopefully everybody that's watching has kind of taken some of that away. If you do have any more questions, then please do get in touch with Ada at www.ada.com. Alternatively, if you want to find out more about the benefits and the advantages of IP KVM, then do download Ada's latest white paper, Future-Proof Connectivity, which is available at ada.com/futureproof. So I'd just like to say a massive thank you to both Mike and Vic for your time today. It's been great to catch up with you both, albeit from afar. And both take care, and we look forward to catching up with you both soon.
Thank you very much for having me.
Hello, and welcome to IHSE's SVG Summit Connection presentation. My name is Dan Holland, and I am the Marketing Director for IHSE USA. We're glad you're here and hope this short video will provide you with an overview of how an IHSE KVM management system can help you be more efficient in your daily work environment. So if you were using one of our KVM management systems, every computer connected would be active and available to you as if it were sitting directly at your desk. This is what our KVM systems are all about. We make working from multiple computers more comfortable and efficient, giving you a better work environment. No more desktop clutter or noisy computer hard drives at your desk. Just open up the on-screen menu from your desktop display, select the computer you want from a list of available sources, and start working. It's just that simple. In addition, we offer our Sierra hybrid workstation solutions that are perfect for the rising need of work-at-home users, as well as offering a specialized KVM multi-viewer supporting 4K dual-head workstations. So again, thank you for your time and enjoy the video. If you want to reach out and learn more on IHSE's KVM management systems, visit our website at ihseusa.com, where you can find all of our sales contact information.
Many renowned companies and institutions across a wide range of industry verticals rely on IHSE KVM solutions. IHSE Advanced KVM Matrix Switch and Extender System is a powerful solution for command and control centers in mission-critical environments, providing centralized management, seamless coordination, real-time access and control, data communication, and access security. The IHSE Matrix Switch connects to a wide range of different sources, including servers, operator workstations, computers, surveillance cameras, set-top boxes, DVD players, video conferencing systems, video walls, operation at 4K at 60 Hz resolution and higher. In command and control centers, an IHSE KVM solution allows computers and servers to be located away from work desks and into a central server room. This enhances the security of the computer systems, provides ease of maintenance, better power management, as well as reducing environmental heat and noise. and a more comfortable, quiet, and ergonomic work environment for operators. IHSE KVM solutions are endorsed by many satisfied users. Each operator can access multiple PC sources, allowing a small number of operators to connect to and operate a large number of computer sources. IHSE KVM technology allows a computer to be displayed on multiple screens simultaneously with real-time data sharing. Signals can be directed to specific displays instantly, which improves operators' reaction times, as well as providing seamless coordination between operators and supervisors. With the integration of a central video wall, data can be shown to all operators at once. Operators require real-time access to information and data with no signal latency or degradation. The IHSE high-performance KVM system transmits high-definition video and data in real time, allowing operators to switch between sources instantly with no signal loss and no perceivable latency. IHSE KVM technology transports all types of analog and digital audio and video, enhancing communication between operators. Using an IHSE KVM matrix system, control centers in different buildings and at different levels can be interconnected. Operators can access centralized data in real time with total security. IHSE KVM technology enables the location of critical servers in a remote and centralized equipment room where they can be managed and maintained by the system administrator to the highest level of data protection and security. Individual login access for different users and different departments can be configured easily via a User Access Control List or LDAP for managed access of different servers, content, and data. Each user can be provided with a unique access configuration, enhancing system management, data protection, and security. The IHSE Draco fully redundant KVM system architecture provides fail-safe auto-switching of backup connections to meet every degree of reliability and redundancy requirement. All connection components are hot swappable, and maintenance can be performed without the need to interrupt the system operations, ensuring continuous and uninterrupted 24/7 uptime. IHSE Advanced KVM solutions help you create centralized management, seamless connection, real-time access and control, data communication, and access security for every mission-critical installation. IHSE is a leading developer of advanced KVM solutions with more than 35 years of experience. 100% designed and manufactured in Germany, deliver the ultimate flexibility to streamline the user workflow. IHSE, True KVM.
Hello, my name is Josh. I'm the Director of Engineering and Manufacturing here at Marketech. We offer a vast variety of services for our customers, anywhere from copper and fiber assemblies, trailer builds, metal shop work. We even do bundles and looms. One of the most popular custom services we provide is our metal shop work. This talented team can provide more than just CNC and custom metal work. They also provide UV printing and also laser engraving so you can make it your own. Our metal shop manager and team consistently achieve a greater than 6 Sigma error rate regarding workmanship on all of our builds. Another one of our value-added services is our Certified Fiber Lab. Here to tell us about it is Eric.
Hi, I'm Eric with Marketech Fiber Labs. We're a full-service fiber optic division. We deliver tactical, SMPTE, and full breakouts for all applications. We have our certifications in LEMO, Canary, and Neutrik OpticalCon and Neutrik OpticalCon Dragonfly. The Dragonfly system is a new system that we are rolling into, which is an expanded beam technology through the SMPTE camera cables. It's one of the first of its design, brought to you by Neutrik. We will be offering that as well as the crossover between Neutrik Dragonfly to LEMO or to Canary as well to help integrate systems with existing LEMO or Canary patch bays. Whether it's off-the-shelf, custom, or repairable cables, Marketech Fiber Lab is here to service you. And next, I'd like to introduce Andrew to talk to you all about our copper cable shop.
Hi, my name is Andrew Schober, and I'm the copper floor supervisor. Here in the cable shop, we make all kinds of different cables, from very basic XLR and BNCs all the way up to complex custom cables. We have a very robust QC quality control, where we test the cables multiple times to ensure that they are in working order before leaving the building. We also do extensive repairs on cables that you might have issues with and can get them back into working order. And just like the Fiber Lab and the Metal Shop, whether it's getting something just off the shelf or getting something complex and custom, we can work with you to make sure you get what you need.
We are proud to announce our newest service here at Marketech, Professional Cable Looming. Using TexFlex branded sleeving in your choice of color patterns, our in-house fabrication team combines multiple cables into a wire loom to form a single custom bundle. Reduce cable clutter and avoid accidental signal interruptions with Marketech's looming services. On behalf of our team here at Marketech, we want to thank you for taking the time to learn about our services. At Marketech, we deliver on time and on budget. For more information, please go to marketech.com.
Today, we're going to be discovering VTech's Channel Link server. Channel Link server is essentially a video router that runs on a server or in the cloud. By video router, the analogy is essential to sources and destinations. It receives and transmits transport streams that come from encoders, video servers, or other devices. The application is managed through an advanced HTML5 web server and also through SNMP and REST APIs. The interfaces on the Channel Link server make it unique compared to some of its competitors that are browser-based control only. Reliability, robustness, and security are important features and characteristics of any client-server architecture. We at VTech build, validate, and verify our technologies for the highest availability, the highest performance, and ease of use, making VTech your partner in delivering media from local to destinations across the internet reliably. ACE encoder and Sprint decoder ultra-low latency through Channel Link has enabled applications including remote commentary for major sporting broadcasters globally. The ability to deliver studio feeds to commentators with returns using ACE ULL, Sprint decoder ULL, and Channel Link allows voiceover and commentary across the public internet with latencies under 300 milliseconds. The Channel Link server user interface provides a dashboard. The dashboard provides real-time statistics on the host platform's hardware, CPU, and memory. Super administrators can configure thresholds to balance the system to make sure that users don't overload. You can see how much CPU utilization, how much RAM is being used, both percentage and with circle bar graphs. Sources and destinations are the inputs and outputs from the Channel Link server. The source list is seen in this modal. You can see the status of the source, providing a health, green, or red status. You have channel names, which are user definable, protocols, addressing, which is related to UDP, RTP, multicast, unicast, or SRT client server addressing and port. Inputs can be added or edited through the user interface. I'm going to go ahead and show you how we configured this SRT listener from an encoder using listener mode over an interface that we chose using SRT. We support the SRT latency, stream ID, and encryption. Should we choose encryption either 128 or 256, the modal is then added for adding the encryption. The AES encryption of SRT streams allows content owners to protect the content across the wide area network. Destinations are slightly different than sources. Sources are inputs into the channel link server. They can be routed across any of the 4 physical interfaces. They can come in UDP, RTP, unicast, or multicast, or they can come in with SRT, protected on an interface that's exposed to the internet. You have real-time status, channel name, protocol, address, bitrate, uptime, and this is where the real flexibility of Channel Link Server is, source name. With a destination, there is an associated source. It can be a one source to one destination, one-to-one relationship. It can be a source related to multiple destinations, which essentially gives you the ability to transport a given source across a wide area network where many destinations can receive protected SRT content. Users will find the Channel Link server to be reliable, easy to use, and robust. Network administrators will find Channel Link server to be secure, providing the highest level of network security and integrity, protecting your local and wide area networks. You will find the device to be the heart of your video networking enterprise, whether running on the server or in the cloud or on a hybrid container based on your IT workflow. The Channel Link server will be beating for you day in and day out.
Okay, well, thanks again to Vitech, Marketech, Adder, and IHSE USA, and also to Mike Francis for being my co-host on this event. Be sure to check out all the other tech tours, including Infrastructure Tour A, and look forward to see you all soon in 2021, somewhere, somehow, in person. Thanks again. Hi, everyone, and welcome to this tech tour on remote production services. Mike Davis, good to see you. How are you, Mr. Chairman?
Ken, I'm doing great, thanks.
Excellent. So yeah, glad you could join us. We want to kind of tee up this tour, which is going to involve a number of our sponsors kind of giving quick little presentations on their services and such. So I guess I want to kind of look back a little bit as far as, give me a sense from your standpoint of what the remote production services, the MEPs of the world, the Game Creeks, the Switches has done, working with your teams as far as the past year to kind of keep things back to normal, sort of. Just walk through that challenge.
Yeah, Well, the whole family of remote production services has basically been evolving for the past, I mean, frankly, 10 years. And what the pandemic has brought us is a wild acceleration in the technology. And that's been met with some really compelling solutions from different vendors. And some of the tech tours that you're going to be seeing are made up of the strategies using this technology. So what we're seeing right now is a big move into not only using remote production to do productions wholesale, but also using remote production strategies to slice off parts of larger productions, be it replay or graphics or enhancements, a variety of things. So we're at Fox, we're definitely using a whole variety of these things, and it's terrific to see the marketplace respond to the needs of remote production, which of course will be with us for the time, past when the pandemic passes.
Sure, sure. All right, let's take a look at a couple of videos, and then we'll be back for another quick question.
Before the action starts, and before the stars come out to play, you'll find us, preparing for the moments that matter.
Sensational from Gareth Bale!
So when the magic happens, you can trust us to make sure you don't miss a beat.
Hello and welcome to Match Night Live.
From fast cars to reality TV to music concerts, we're uniquely placed to deliver in a complex, ever-evolving, multi-platform broadcast landscape. Founded in 2000, today we employ over 500 people. And with offices all over the world, we're experts in providing complex live broadcast facilities, bespoke cutting-edge graphics, and production services for both film and TV, as well as working directly with rights holders, teams, and federations.
Hello to Chelsea fans.
Hey, Chelsea fans. We know that today, the main event is no longer the only show in town. And that means offering people more. From unique social media content and behind-the-scenes footage, all the while ensuring we continue to bring state-of-the-art technology and production nous to the biggest sporting and entertainment events on the planet.
How are you? Hope to find you all very well. My name is Mario Souza. I'm the head of sales and marketing of MediaPro US. I'm here with my colleague Emily Planas, MediaPro Group CTO, and we are here to talk a little bit about MediaPro Group improvements during the year 2020, especially due to COVID-19. We'll start talking a little bit about the improvements we did on the remote production when the new challenges were very, very heavy. So, Emily, can you explain us, everybody, what happened during the year?
Hi, Mario. How are you? During the lockdown, that was a very stressful period. We needed to decide how we will start working when the competitions restart. And thanks to our experience in remote production during last year, we had the opportunity to develop a new remote production system. We named delocalized production, because what we are doing is operate remotely the equipment we have in the OB bands. And thanks to this, we protect our people that are involved in the production. We have no limitations in terms of remote production. We need to maintain the quality of service we are doing for all our clients. For the production of La Liga, for example, was critical.
But how many cameras are you used to do the remote productions in La Liga Soccer League?
With the new method, we are working with the typical 25 camera productions with no problems. We have the shaders and EVS operators working from one of our production centers, Madrid, Barcelona, or Paris, with no need to travel for these productions.
One thing that on top of the remote production that happened due to COVID is basically also the improvements of the changes in the game. I mean, the soccer stadiums will not be possible to have public. They ask us to simulate, virtualize the crowds in the stadiums. We start from Spain, where we implement it was the first league to start this new usage of existing technology, Media Pro technology. But then it was used in some other competitions, like in the Canadian Premier League and also CONMEBOL and the Argentinian leagues. How tough was the adapt with the limited time to this new technology?
It was a very good experience because when the TV directors and La Liga asked for this crazy idea, without time to develop, because this was at the last moment when they decided to restart La Liga. We had less than 1 month to develop the system, to design the 3D models of all the stadiums, first and second division, with no time to test because nobody plays during the lockdown. And now we are working with up to 38 matches per match day.
I follow a little bit more about the other projects that we did in Canada and also in South America. And some differences, the same kind of technology, augmented realities, but with the different approaches. In Canada was more for the advertising, less for the simulate the public or the audience, the people there. One thing that appeared this year also was the uses of augmented reality together with our OmniCam for Sky aerial camera. Can you explain a little bit more what was done?
We started working with the Omni4Sky camera with the tracking system included in the Omni4Sky for adding this augmented reality with the Omni4Sky flying over the players during the Clásico of this season. This Clásico had 5 virtual layers in augmented reality, in the pitch, in DVR, and one of these layers was the augmented reality graphics using the Omni4Sky camera. We had the Omni4Sky camera in La Liga in Spain, in the French league, and other competitions, as you know, in America. No?
I mean, we without augmented reality, because it was exactly during the pandemic, we used the OmniCam for Sky in all the matches of the MLS is Back tournament in Orlando. Supported by boom lifts with all the storms in the Orlando during the summer was a very tricky challenge because every single day to move down and move up all the boom lifts, but it worked very well, and it proved that the system is very well matured for the very tough environments like we did in the MLS is Back. Taking this opportunity, and because we are limited in time, just to tell everybody that during the year, OmniCam for Sky Lite version is a smaller camera, was already developed and deployed in the first matches. That was in Portugal, soccer matches, but was basically a smaller gear for smaller spaces with the same level of quality. 4K, can be, of course, HD. With the same security level of the OmniCam for Sky full version. And we hope that we will continue, and please see all the tech tours on the SVG. And we hope to find you again together in the next year SVG Summit, and we hope that without COVID. Thank you very much. And Emily, nice to speak with you. Thank you for your here with us.
These are unprecedented times in our industry and our world. We have been fortunate to come together to meet these challenges as an industry to get back to the business of broadcasting and live events. Change is everywhere and trends are accelerating. At NEP, we've been developing and implementing remote and virtual solutions around the globe. We've stepped up to today's challenges by using our experience to deploy these solutions and fast-tracking implementation of the latest in IP, cloud, and AR technology. Our ability to now have live remote equipment operators, remote content producers, and remote on-camera contributors in corporate, entertainment, and particularly in sports is a game changer for the future of our industry. I'm talking to you today from my home in Tarzana, California. This seemed like the perfect way to introduce these technologies we've been working on. Remote kits allow us to connect our clients to our wide and growing slate of remote, cloud-based solutions. I'm joined today real-time by some of my colleagues around the country. Jay Deutsch is joining us from our hub in DC, and Jason Newman is in our virtual studio facility in Nashville. Let's check in with Jason and take a look at some of the ways we've been able to innovate our solutions.
Thanks, Howie. I'm here on one of NEP's smart stages in Nashville. On these stages, we can create literally any type of set imaginable. And as you can see, using NEP's remote contribution studio kits, we can add remote, socially distanced contributors to the show easily. Like Howie. How you doing today, Howie?
Hey, Jason. That set looks really good today.
You know what? Let's go ahead and change it up just a little bit. What do you think of this?
Yeah, that's pretty slick.
That's what's so amazing about this stage. We can easily create multiple sets from just one location. Hey, how easy was it setting up that remote contributor kit today?
You know what, Jason? It came in 2 cases. It was plug and play and had minimal latency, so it was pretty simple.
Yeah, it's great. And NEP can provide similar solutions for remote audience gallery or press event, allowing audience members to interact in real time. And hey, if we got Howie to set up one, it can't be that hard, can it?
Haha, really funny, Jason, but seriously, really appreciate you showing us the smart set today. Now that we've seen Nashville, we're going to head 2,700 miles east of California to Washington, D.C., and have Jay Deutsch give us a tour of the D.C. hub. Jay?
Thanks, Howie. I'm here in NEP's DC hub, where normally I'd be wearing a mask, but I am the only one in the production control room today. No camera operator, locked off tripod, so it's just me. Here's where we're able to support and deploy all of our remote production solutions, virtual production solutions, remote contribution workflows like we're doing here today, virtual edit, and media bank. Let's take a tour now. For virtual edit, our hub hosts the resources required to support multiple editorial workflows, live, near live, or entirely posted. How do we do it? We host high-performance virtualized instances of all shapes and sizes, ranging from graphics-driven Adobe Creative Cloud and Avid Media Composer to live production environments using EVS IP Director for making production-oriented decisions on content in real time. We can deploy our zero-client edit kits across the country where users, from their homes, are connected to virtual machines hosted in our Washington, D.C. hub. Media Bank is our cloud-based media asset management platform. It takes what can be an overwhelming amount of metadata and media and actually turns it into an enjoyable, easy-to-use experience, complete with powerful tools for archiving, searching, collaborating, and publishing. When we combine this with our virtual edit system, production teams can access not just their entire archive of available footage, but content being generated real-time on-site as well. And in turn, they can make their edits available to their whole team instantly via one easy-to-use interface. Let's go back to you, Howie.
NEP is committed to continuing our drive for innovation, and we're proud to offer a full range of virtual, remote, and cloud-based solutions. Get in touch with us today to find out how we can help bring your production team together, even when you're far apart.
So Mike, obviously I know that's been a challenging year for everybody. Yourselves, all the networks, obviously thousands of freelancers, tens of thousands of freelancers, and the production service providers, who lost a lot of their businesses. The events kind of vanished. So the revenues vanished. They're still with us, thank God. But what do you see as the the challenge for next year as far as, and how you and the remote production services providers are going to kind of, get through this whole situation as we kind of hopefully get through it by next August or so?
Well, I think that in terms of what's available now and what the vendors that you've seen are providing, it's really a dream it, do it kind of time. And the challenges that are going to be, Ken, can we start that one again?
Yeah, sure.
Your fire away again.
All right, thanks, Mike. So I do want to spin forward. Sorry, let me start over. All right, we're back with Mike Davis. Mike, I want to spin forward a little bit and look at 2021. How do you see your relationships evolving with your remote production service partners and vendors? And then how do you kind of see their services responding to what's going on in the marketplace right now as well?
Well, I think it's only going to grow. I think that we are in a dream it, do it kind of stage in terms of distributed production, in terms of remote production, in terms of thinking outside the box in terms of how we do shows and how we can create quality shows. So I think that what we're doing now will only grow, respond, and be available for evolution as we move ahead. So remote production is certainly not going away. I don't think anybody thinks that it is post-COVID. And in fact, I think it will only grow and expand further.
All right, great, excellent. All right, well, let's go back to the tours. And thanks again, Mike. See you soon.
Anytime.
Hi, I'm Amy Scheller, Senior Vice President of Strategy and Development at Program Productions, and we are thrilled to be part of this year's SVG Summit. We've never been prouder to be part of this community. It's no secret that our industry has always been about adapting and overcoming. It's why we're rising to new heights to meet our clients' needs with a peerless new program, Kingsbridge Shared Services. This powerful platform combines Program Productions, XLT Management Services, and ProCruise to offer unrivaled service in labor management, payroll, human resources, innovative technologies, and more. This unparalleled utility brings you the best in the business. Kingsbridge gets you Program Productions, North America's leader in production labor management. With local expertise and national reach, we have the industry's most comprehensive database of technicians and the country's best crewing coordinators located on the ground in local markets throughout North America. We're the employer of choice for field technicians around the United States and Canada. And our national union relationship management successes are backed up by the nation's most respected corporate counsel team. Kingsbridge gets you XLT Management Services, the industry's most advanced payroll, HR, and labor management services platform. We take on the burden, and we've got you covered. State and federal compliance assurance, employee required training and tracking services, recruitment, vetting, and background checks, the ability to handle below the line, above the line, and talent payrolls, advanced union reporting capabilities, a la carte union relationship management services, national benefit programs including health and 401k plans, and so much more. And Kingsbridge gets you ProCruise, the essential resource management platform, the digital evolution of event labor management. As the country's recognized technology standard for live events, ProCruise is built by event professionals for event professionals. That's why this revolutionary app grants your teams unprecedented access to real-time information and the ability to communicate efficiently in a fast-paced environment. With Kingsbridge, you get client access to the ProCruise portal for operations and finance, and employee access to the ProCruise mobile application. The Enterprise Resource System and mobile app are used by over 10,000 technicians every day, with an overall reduction of field overtime by almost 10% nationally. But that's the numbers, not the action. Let's see what ProCruise can do. When a user logs in, they are taken to the My Jobs page, where you can view current and upcoming jobs. With multiple clients and events, there's a lot to keep track of, so technicians can use filters by event date range. Jobs can be viewed by month using the customizable calendar. When opening the job, technicians can sign in and out with our virtual time clock. It's geo-fenced within an allowable radius of the venue. If you're operating remotely or through an at-home production off-site model, the feature can be disabled to allow workers to punch in from anywhere. Crews can conveniently upload their expenses in real time. From meals to mileage, thumbnails of a receipt are uploaded with the snap of a photo. This allows technicians to be reimbursed quickly and accurately. With one touch, crews can direct dial or text their coordinator or job site point of contact. Notifications ensure each technician is kept up to speed with important reminders and updates. Through notes and real-time chat features, coordinators can reach any crew member on a job with specific instructions, facilitating two-way conversation. The message board acts like a chat feature, sending group messages to all crew members on site. And on the back-end side, the event management database workflow can be effectively divided into 4 phases: job creation, job management, job review, payroll processing. The robust and easy process means payroll is fully integrated with the use of ProCrews. It's all handled securely through an employee portal and a client portal for seamless access and utility. The promise of Kingsbridge is loyalty meets legacy. We take our deep wealth of experience and work tirelessly on your behalf. As our industry continues to change, there's one constant: the best experience with the top talent. Where others see obstacles, we build bridges, and we'll cross them together.
Hello, SVG. My name is Alex Joyce. I am one of the senior sales engineers for The Switch. Obviously, the big topic of conversation is COVID and how it's affected our lives and our industry. The concept of remote production workflows have been discussed for years, but the production shutdown in March made that need immediate. Making TV from home had to happen, and many broadcasters were left scrambling to put together a patchwork of services to stay on the air. This includes the combination of studio and remote work-from-home solutions to allow folks access to control room resources like multi-viewers and communication systems from their homes, be it a bedroom, basement, closet, or other newly constructed work-from-home locations. There was also a need to tie in the facility truck side. Directors, producers, graphics operators, play-by-play talent, support engineers, everyone needed access. Now, during this time, The Switch has provided the transmission services that have kept your productions on the air. With the launch of the Mimic cloud-based production platform, we can also help produce your events. Now, let's be honest, we've made it 8 months, staying on the air with duct tape, hot glue, well done. But it doesn't have to stay this hard. The Mimic cloud-based production platform provides one place where your entire team can work together. Leveraging our extensive fiber network and connectivity into every major sports venue, we can provide our own production services team to package an event or just provide the transmission to allow any solution to be used. This agnostic approach allows us to help any production make air quickly and safely with the quality that sports viewers demand. Now, specifically, the ability for users to control truck and facility devices from the safety of their living room is an option that we can provide using low latency, high resolution remote desktop solutions over our high-speed fiber network. Now, what markets can we help? All of them. Our Mimic cloud-based production platform can be used for Tier 1 pre- and post-shows, social media publishing, Tier 2 college productions that require careful budget models, and especially esports events, which are wildly popular. Awards shows are a perfect application for the Mimic clipping and editing features, and can also stream to over 20 destinations simultaneously, both OTT and linear. Now, our studios and control rooms are very busy right now with virtual press conferences, REMI, and full productions, all with a focus on safety and quality. A recent production allowed teams in LA, New York, Miami, and London to collaborate seamlessly using the Mimic cloud-based production platform and coordinating comms, transmission, editing, and distribution while allowing the client to view and communicate in real time from their homes. Now, as an example, today I am joining this event from my home and can also produce a full production in our Mimic platform and stream to any OTT destination, all with my laptop and my residential internet service. And because of the cloud, the heavy lifting doesn't take place in my laptop and allows everyone to contribute to a production with ease. Now, I personally love solving puzzles, and the team at The Switch is available to scale up to any size production challenge, working directly with colleges to help train the faculty and students on their events while concurrently setting up for the Super Bowl are all part of our offerings. We are hopeful and optimistic that we will emerge from this period stronger, smarter, and with an appreciation for the things that we may have taken for granted in the past. It's likely that production and the way we make content has changed forever, but that doesn't have to be a negative. Cloud platforms that allow us to work together across locations and time zones, making amazing content, will prove that we can be stronger, even when we're not physically together. The Switch is always on and available to you 24/7, 365, and we're ready for 2021 and beyond.
Well, that concludes today's tech tour on remote production services. Thanks again to all of our sponsors involved with this project, Gravity Media, NEP, Program Productions, and The Switch. And of course, thanks to our chairman from Fox Sports, Mike Davis. Please, everybody, be sure to check out the rest of our tech tours, and we look forward to seeing you all soon.